Good morning to you all, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on your Friday Eve. It's Thursday morning, April 25th, about 3 minutes from the top of the hour now, 5:57 on the East Coast. As you all know, I like to kind of do a round robin off the top of the newscast just to give you an idea of what you will expect today. We do have some breaking news we're following this morning as relates to the Middle East conflict. A top Hamas political official telling the Associated Press the Islamic militant group is willing to agree to a truce of 5 years or more with Israel, and that it would lay down its weapons and convert into a political party if an independent Palestinian state is established along pre-1967 borders. We'll have more details on this breaking news in just a few moments. We're also following the very latest of former President Donald Trump. As you know, the top U.S. court set to hear arguments today from former President Donald Trump's legal team that he should be given immunity from criminal prosecution for any elections taken during his time in office. However, the former president will not be present at the Supreme Court hearing due to another separate trial he's facing in Manhattan, New York. And for those of you all that are sports fans, you know, and it's an exciting day, the 2024 NFL Draft kicking off today. The action from Detroit beginning with round 1 and finishing with rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. In all, more than 250 players will be drafted over the course of 7 rounds. And right now, giving you a live look at our XRAD system, you can see some storms are brewing this morning as we are on weather watch. So, of course, as we get some of those tornado alerts and warnings into our Live Now from Fox Studios, you will be the first to know. Of course, we want to keep you safe and informed. As we continue with top stories and headlines this morning, giving you the latest video as we continue to bring you the very latest on the conflict in the Middle East. Again, following breaking news, a top Hamas political official telling the Associated Press the Islamic militant group of Hamas willing to agree to a truce of 5 years or more with Israel, and that it would lay down its weapons and convert into a political party if an independent Palestinian state is established along pre-1967 borders. Joining us live this morning to explain the latest on this breaking news is Homeland Security expert and criminal justice as well from the University of New Haven, Mr. Ken Gray. Good morning to you. Thank you so much for being here as always.
Good morning, Janae. Glad to be with you again.
So, Mr. Ken, saw this breaking news come in this morning, and as we've seen Hamas say several things before, not always follow through, how reliable is this statement from them? And I guess one thing that stood out to me, them saying that they will convert into a political party, which some of them are already saying they're a political party there in the Middle East.
So prior to October 7th, Israel had been treating them as if they had given up terrorism and had been converting over to a political party. They had been elected. They were running unopposed, and they were elected. And since then, there has been no further elections over in the Gaza Strip. But that being said, they've offered to convert over to a political party, and have stated that they're willing to take a 5-year truce or longer. That would be sufficient time for them to rebuild, to regroup, to prepare again, to strike against Israel once again, because you notice that in their statement they did not recognize Israel as a state, and that their long-term intention is to get rid of Israel and to make all of Israel into a Palestinian state. The return back to 1967, pre-1967 borders, that would mean that Israel would have to give up a lot of territory to Hamas, and that these are all non-starters, I believe. And so while this call for a two-state solution may be the right track, this particular offer is just unacceptable to Israel, I'm sure.
And if we pay close attention to the wording, they said they will lay down their weapons. They don't say anything about releasing the rest of the hostages. They don't say anything about respecting southern Israel that borders Gaza, not invading that area. They don't say anything even about the humanitarian crisis impacting Palestinians, since they did say they want to create an independent Palestinian state.
Yeah. Again, this is an offer that is not really a legitimate offer. It's not really one that Israel would consider at this point. And so I think Israel is mounting up their forces. They are making preparations for the entrance into Rafah, and that with the entrance into Rafah, they plan to wipe Hamas out. And so Israel has no reason why to accept this as a legitimate offer. Instead, they are focused on getting rid of Hamas altogether.
Another aspect, Mr. Ken, that's important to note is that they are saying this amid the Senate passing that billion-dollar aid package. Obviously, with aid going to Israel as well as Ukraine and Taiwan, that helps with their defense. So
Yes,
also
absolutely.
the timing of all of this, it would make you think if they're a little scared because of the ammunition and artillery that Israel might now be able to have more of.
I think that is part of it, but I think even a greater part is that they are aware that Israel is making plans to enter Rafah, and with the entrance into Rafah, the majority of Hamas members are down in the southern part of the Gaza Strip in Rafah, and should the Israelis, the IDF actually carry out their plans of separating Palestinians from the Hamas members and engaging Hamas there in Rafah. This could all be over, within a month or so, if their plan actually works. Now, I'm not sure that this plan really is one that is going to work, but nonetheless, Israel is planning to get rid of Hamas. They will not need to negotiate with Hamas. They plan there to be no more Hamas.
Mr. Ken, I want to ask you, with your historical expertise on the Israel side, we've heard the Israeli government and Israeli Defense Forces from the very beginning say this war is not against the Palestinian people, it's against Hamas. And then on the other side, we've seen innocent Palestinian people say, we want nothing to do with Hamas. They've basically taken over in this area, forcing us to do things, forcing their way here, taking food, taking land. So if this was to happen, what would it mean for the Palestinian people? Because wouldn't it give them more power in a region that they've already tried to take control of?
Hamas, as I said, was elected, but they were elected because they were the only party running at the time. And they have yet to give up control of that. They have not called for any additional elections. So Hamas is the only power in the Gaza Strip there right now. And they would be reluctant to allow for any other party to pop up and challenge them. No, I think Hamas intends to hold on to power there in the Gaza Strip. And this just really is not a legitimate offer, in my opinion.
So from here, what's next? Because this is the first update I've seen from those still talks out in Egypt. And of course, there will be negotiations going back and forth on both sides. But some would say the issue is that control, from what you've been saying from the very beginning on October 7th, control of this area. And knowing that Hamas is a terroristic organization, any amount of control they may have could potentially lead to more conflict. Let's say this truce happens, Mr. Ken. Okay, they're saying 5 years or more. Okay, let's say they agree to 6 years. Okay, what happens on year 7? Does the fighting continue again?
Yeah, as I say, this call for a truce may be just Hamas trying to buy some time to regroup and rearm and prepare for round 2 with Israel. So this is an attempt to stop the plans for the IDF entering into Rafah and terminating, neutralizing Hamas.
Mr. Ken, I thoroughly enjoy our conversations as we work to keep the viewers informed. I know we're also following Germany as it relates to UNRWA, wanting to help the Palestinian people in Gaza with that humanitarian aid. And then, as you mentioned, IDF saying they will go into Gaza area with more raids, even though they did some weeks ago. Any more updates you can share with us as it relates to Middle East conflicts?
So 2 things. One is the West Bank, is that the West Bank has been something that has continually had small outbursts there throughout this period since October 7th. It seems to be heating up even more. Settlers attacking Palestinians there in the West Bank, and vice versa. Palestinians attacking settlers there in the West Bank, and so you continue to see small outbursts of violence there in the West Bank. That may become much bigger an issue. And the second part is that the conflict with Hezbollah continues to erupt along the northern border of Israel. In many ways, you might say that Israel is fighting a two-front war, one in the Gaza Strip there against Hamas, and the other one a much lower intensity front, but still a front against Hezbollah and other proxies across their northern border. So Israel has a lot of different things going on. They're dealing with Hamas, they're dealing with Hezbollah, they are dealing with the unrest in the West Bank, and then they just got through dealing with this missile exchange with Iran. So Israel has a lot of different problems going on at the same time.
So glad you brought that up really quickly. I thought we were about to wrap, but another great point you made. I want to ask you, so with Hezbollah being a different terroristic organization than Hamas, like let's say this truce goes through, Mr. Ken, would Hezbollah then be trying to fight Hamas and they be trying to fight one another? Because at the end of the day, this is over control. And even though both of these terroristic organizations are against Israel, neither one wants the other to be in control of this region.
So the Hezbollah is Shia, Hamas is Sunni Islam, and the Sunni and Shia do not get along together. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend is the acting principle that's going on right now. Hezbollah is supporting Hamas to an extent because they're being directed by Iran to do so. But it's primarily because they are the enemy of Israel that Hezbollah is supporting Hamas. Otherwise, they would be fighting one another.
Always great perspective and expertise. Mr. Ken Gray, is always a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on this breaking news. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
As we continue to bring you top stories and headlines this morning, now it's 6:09 on the East Coast, giving you a live look out in southern Israel, looking into a hazy Gaza. As the fighting continues, we are more than 200 days into the war of Israel and Hamas, where the flags are waving. That's southern Israel. And then that hazy distance, that's Gaza. The time now 6:10. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, more of your breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of your Thursday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. Now it's 6:12 on the East Coast, giving you another live look out southern Israel, looking into Gaza. As we continue to talk about the very latest of the conflicts in the Middle East, I want to give you a live look out in New York City. As we know, the conflict there in the Middle East has trickled over here to the U.S. Columbia University students weighing in on the ongoing protests at their school and how it sparked walkouts on other college campuses across the U.S. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joining us now with the latest from New York.
Tensions running high on Columbia University's campus. Students are divided over the growing pro-Palestine protests and encampment in the middle of campus.
This is not surprising at all. The U.S. has a long history of student protests.
I would like to see these students arrested, suspended, expelled, whatever needs to happen.
Two protesters told us they want the university to divest from companies connected to Israel and would like to see the encampment continue.
I would say the encampment is calling for complete amnesty, and that includes a removal of NYPD from campus.
House Speaker Mike Johnson visited Columbia's campus and met with Jewish students who say they feel threatened and unsafe. He called for the university's president to resign.
Today, Hamas issued an endorsement statement of the protesters on this campus. They called them the future leaders of America. It is detestable.
Johnson was not well received. One Jewish student called his classmates' actions disrespectful.
If we want to really build peace and make solutions, we have to work together. They're trying to come here in good faith to resolve the conflicts we have, and I think this is unacceptable.
A Jewish senior at Columbia described the mental and emotional toll of the harassment.
You know, people were calling for students to come and harass me in the middle of the night, which they did. So, yeah, it's been difficult.
As the encampment continues here at Columbia University, similar protests are happening at colleges across the country. At the University of Texas, police were brought in to clear crowds, and they arrested dozens of people. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that update. Again, another live look out at a beautiful skyline, now 6:14 on your Thursday morning, and we are waiting for the sun to peek up over that beautiful skyline there in New York City. And speaking of New York City, we're keeping a close eye on a new feed that just popped up, thanks to my producer Darcy, being told that former President Donald Trump is doing an early morning campaign stop in Midtown Manhattan. The last campaign stop we saw from him was after he exited the courtroom on that hush money trial, where he visited a bodega in another part of New York. So we are awaiting this event to happen. We were told it was going to start at 6 o'clock this morning. The feed came up shortly after. Now at 6:15, it still has not. So, of course, as you all know, security measures and a lot of things underway. You can see NYPD out there in full force, and they have created barricades there. So we will continue to follow this feed and bring you more breaking news stories, live events right here on your Thursday morning. So let's go ahead and go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour, because obviously when the former president speaks, we don't want him to be interrupted. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning. It's April 25th, now at 6:18 on the East Coast. You're taking a live look out in New York City as we are awaiting the former president, Donald Trump. We're told he's doing an early morning campaign stop in Midtown Manhattan, and you can see people are up bright and early, awaiting to see and hear remarks from the former president. This event was slated to start at 6 o'clock. They are running a few minutes behind, but as you can imagine, an influx of people, security measures, and all of that. So we're supposed to hear from him. I'm sure he'll talk about the slew of trials and different things on the front of court that he's dealing with. But he's also going to talk about his race to the White House and what you can expect with his campaign stops. And as we talk about that, we know there are commission meetings happening out in Brussels as it comes to elections out in that area. They're giving a daily briefing. So let's listen in there, and I'll pop up some boxes of other events we're following this morning. All right, so as soon as we went to this feed, it looks like the commission meeting, the feed went out, but they're giving you a live look there at the exteriors, taking you back out live now to New York City, where we are still awaiting the latest from the former president. As we know, he's dealing with a slew of court cases, a hush money trial, the immunity trial this today with the Supreme Court. So just a lot going on, and he's still committing to his race to the White House, saying that he's doing well in the polls and that this, quote, witch hunt, as he calls it, is not harming him in the least bit. Let's go ahead and take our third break of the hour. We don't want to have to interrupt when the former president speaks. Get these breaks out of the way so that when the former president does finally arrive and speak to the public, you can get all of his comments uninterrupted. We'll be right back in a quick 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in, taking you back out to New York City, where we are still awaiting the former president to arrive. It looks like they are getting people out of the middle of the road, still continuing to monitor this shot as we work to bring you live events as they happen. This campaign stop in Midtown Manhattan, all of this amid several court cases the former president is dealing with, but he says he still has a commitment to the people as the race to the White House is on this morning. As we continue to wait on the former president to arrive, right now, I want to take you out to an event that happened earlier this morning before we came on the air, taking us out to the UK as the Scottish First Minister held a news conference after announcing the government coalition between the Scottish National Party and the Scottish Greens would end, and he would lead a minority government. I'll pop that up for you and then put this shot of New York City in a box so we can continue to monitor when the former president arrives.
Forward. So there's no fear from us whatsoever. And of course, in every single poll, almost bar none, we continue they continue to show that we'd be the largest party in Holyrood. But we have been elected in 2021. We'll serve that full parliamentary term. That is what we'll be focused on until 2026. And we'll look forward over the next coming weeks, months, and indeed years to working with every single political party. I think the members of the public will also be watching the opposition to say, well, how will they play their constructive part, or will they just try to throw obstacles in the way of the government in terms of governing? So that will be a test, I think, for the opposition as much as a test for the government too. The Daily Mail's Jess North.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just ask what's going to happen to the ministerial responsibilities of the state?
They'll be absorbed by the Cabinet Secretaries currently, and then, of course, we will give some consideration to how they are appropriately divvied up in the future, but they'll be essentially absorbed by the Cabinet Secretaries that are there. And let me thank once again Patrick Harvey and Lorna Slater for the incredible work that they've done as ministers in the government. Andy.
Thanks,
President General.
With the Greens now out of government, are you able to push on with long overdue projects that opponents of the House Group is being held up? There's a few specific, like the A96 between Aberdeen and Inverness, that's being held up specifically because of the Green pressure.
Well, let's remember the A96 is going through a review in relation to its climate compatibility. Let me be abundantly clear that our commitment to tackling the climate crisis has not diminished one single bit. We continue to want to show leadership where we can in tackling the climate crisis, and of course having to move away from the 2030 target was not a decision we took lightly at all. We want to make sure we can demonstrate accelerated action in tackling the climate crisis. So we don't move away from that. We're not diminished in our ambition to tackle the climate crisis one bit. In terms of the refocus of priorities, you can imagine that work is very much underway, almost on a portfolio by portfolio basis. We'll be looking and examining what we can take forward and what we can take forward with pace. Butte House agreement or not, we still have an exceptionally difficult budget challenge. That's not helped, of course, by Westminster Government cutting our capital budget by £1.3 billion over the coming years. But continue to watch this space when it comes to, as I say, the refocusing of the priorities. Conor.
Thanks, Westminster. A leader who can't secure majority support for his budget justice reforms isn't showing leadership this week. A leader is forced to ditch his cooperation agreement with a party that you've been backing to the hill for the last year. Isn't strong, that's the weak leader. You've done almost everything Kate Forbes said she would do as leader when she ran against you. Isn't it just time to hand over the reins to someone with leadership in the party?
No, this is leadership. This is showing, demonstrating what is in the best interest of this government moving forward. What is in the best interest of the party moving forward. And I'll continue to talk to colleagues right across my party, whether they're MSPs, MPs, councillors, and begin to take, make sure we take the party forward together. I'm really proud of the progress that we've made as a party in my first year, just over first year, of leadership. I don't also withdraw one iota away from the important equality progress that we've made as a political party too. And we're a party that's rooted in social justice. We're a party of the centre-left. Be no mistake about it. We'll continue to be a party of the centre-left. We'll continue to be a party that stands up for equality, that stands up for social justice, and will continue to be a party that also is pro-independence, of course, and a party that also tackles the twin crisis of climate and nature. So we won't move back or withdraw or diminish from those positions one single iota. Lucy from the National.
Thanks, Westminster. And what's the impact of losing a pro-independence majority on the independence cause?
The Parliament still has a pro-independence majority. It will continue to work with political parties such as the Greens, of course, that believe, as we do, that this country's best future is served as an independent nation in the European Union. So I look forward to continuing, as I did on the weekend, sharing platforms with the Greens, continuing our drive towards an independent nation. So I would say to independent supporters, the SNP government will continue to be focused on ensuring that people of Scotland get a say over their own future, and the challenge will be to Westminster parties in relation to stop denying the people of Scotland their choice over their own future. Sev, you had a hand up.
Mr. Minister, one of the real reasons why you're in this position is because, and why the House view this collapse, is because you failed as First Minister to deliver on some of the key policies of the agreement, and you're also terrified of losing seats at the general election. And this is all about saving your position, your post, nothing about what's best for the country or for the deal that you struck with the Greens.
No, look, I believe that stability is really important for governing and for the priorities of the people of Scotland. I think recent days and recent weeks have shown that that stability is not there. I believe that doing as we have done in the best traditions of this party and government, that minority government is the place for us to be, and we'll have to, of course, be very wise and careful around the battles that we choose to fight, and we will be absolutely and entirely focused on the people of Scotland's priorities. I have to go because it is now time for me to get to the
So brief comments there from the Scottish First Minister sharing government concerns that happened this morning in Scotland before we came on the air. On the right side of your screen, we are following breaking news. That top right box, a live look out southern Israel into Gaza as Hamas and Israel are discussing a truce deal. Specifically, the top Hamas leader says peace with Israel requires a two-state solution. In that bottom box, we see that former President Donald Trump has arrived there in Midtown Manhattan. He is they're at a construction site to speak with workers and union members. Going to bring that shot for you full now, a live look there. And let's pop up the audio to see if we can hear anything. So as we continue to bring you this live raw and unfiltered right now, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 New York. I'm hearing that a reporter, Robert Moses, is on the ground narrating everything as it unfolds. He does have a different angle as well. Let's listen in.
The Supreme Court today. The Supreme Court is hearing oral arguments over his claim that he should be immune from prosecution for his efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election. But the judge in his criminal case here, Juan Merchan, says that he is not allowed to not be in court today. And there you see the former president. You have a good view of him surrounded by Secret Service agents. So there's sort of an interesting split screen that will be happening today. Not only the criminal trial here in Lower Manhattan, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker is expected to be back on the stand talking about he basically coordinated with the Trump campaign in 2016 to keep negative stories. As the Supreme Court is hearing those oral arguments on whether the former president should be immune from prosecution. And then late yesterday in Arizona, several of the former president's associates, including Rudy Giuliani and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, were indicted for their role in trying to overturn Arizona's results in the 2020 election. So there have been a ton of legal developments really all across the country. And so you can imagine that former President Trump's attention will be divided, I guess, equally today between New York City, Washington, where the Supreme Court is meeting, and then he also will have his eye on Arizona. We expect that the former president will come over and speak to us after he greets his supporters. You see him taking pictures and signing some of those red MAGA hats. On the side of those hats, you see 45 and 47, of course, signifying not only the fact that he was the 45th president, but the fact that he's hoping to be the 47th. So much about this campaign has been unprecedented. And again, we expect that the former president will be doing more of these early morning campaign stops. He has fewer opportunities, as I talked about. Wednesday is the only off day in his trial, so he has to campaign either on weekends, on Wednesdays, or in these early morning hours before heading downtown. Has to get permission from Judge Juan Merchan to miss the trial. The former president's coming over. We'll see if he says anything. See if he's... we're trying to listen in and see what he has to say.
People. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do. We used to do 3 floors a week in concrete, and it was guys like this that did it, so it's very amazing.
Did you know about the... When you thought of David Pecker's testimony so far, when was the last time you spoke to him?
No, he's been very nice. I mean, David's been very nice. He's a nice guy.
Did you know, Mr. President, did you know...
What's that? Well, we have a big case that this judge isn't allowing me to go. We have a big case today in the Supreme Court on presidential immunity. A president has to have immunity. If you don't have immunity, you just have a ceremonial president. You won't have a
Did you know about the payment to Stormy Daniels? Did you know about the payment?
Very talented. Smart.
Did you know about the payment to Stormy Daniels?
The payment to Stormy Daniels, which of course is at the heart of his hush money trial downtown. Prosecutors believe that he engaged in a criminal conspiracy and kept the nature of those payments to Stormy Daniels out of the news during the 2016 campaign. So former President Trump continues to greet his supporters here. Dan and Tashani, I'll throw it back to you as we stay live on him.
Okay, Robert, thank you very much. Again, that's former President Donald Trump meeting with some supporters out in Midtown today before his criminal trial in Lower Manhattan. And we'll be checking in again with Robert throughout the rest of this broadcast.
Let's first check in with Mike Woods. He's tracking that forecast for us.
All right, and here we're talking about a frost advisory and freeze warnings that are all in effect for the tri-state region.
And as our content partners over at Fox 5 New York switch over to give an update there with their weather, we're going to switch back to a feed from Fox News Channel. You can see the former president still out there. I'm going to bring up the audio.
Well, now I can hear you now. There's a lot of people here. I mean, there's a full amount of press right in front of us. And then there's also so many people that are kind of coming now that this has been announced, that were nearby, that are trying to come and catch a glimpse, that are kind of being closed out by security. But the president spent pretty much spending a lot of time here talking to these people. We know that he's in hospital striking distance right in New York City. Who would have ever thought that? So he wants to spend time with these people while he's here to try and gain their support. So when he comes back over here, if we get another chance, I'm going to ask him, Brian, about that opportunity here in New York to try and beat Joe Biden, maybe flip some of these areas that are so dark blue to maybe a little bit red. We saw a lot of people out there too in Harlem. This guy was at a bodega, the former president of the United States. They had people out there wanting to talk to him there too, in that neighborhood.
So we continue to monitor this feed. Former President Donald Trump out having a campaign stop before court as hundreds of construction workers, union members turning out to meet the former president. He did speak to the media, but the audio on that feed absolutely horrible. So it was hard to make out what he was saying, but he was speaking to the media. We will try to play those comments back later on in the newscast to see if we can kind of fix that distorted audio that was there. As you can imagine, with several media teams set up and different cords everywhere, sometimes it can cause the audio to be a little distorted. But nevertheless, you see the former president there continuing to make ground. Let's continue to listen in to see if we can hear any other comments.
He sees this. I was like, Mr. President! Mr. President! What about the gag order?
Mr. President, there's a new poll out that shows you're 10 points of possibly, you're 10 points behind President Biden in New York. Do you think it's doable to win New York?
We're very close in New York, I understand, and we're leading in the country by a lot. Poll just came out a little while ago, as you saw yesterday, that we're up in every swing state and up by a lot in every swing state. So I think we're going to do very well, and we're going to make a play for New York. They said, I just heard there was a very good poll came out. Normally, a Democrat will win New York. Biden is the worst president in history, and we have some very bad people here, but we have the greatest people, and they're right behind me. And they all want us to run, and we're gonna run very hard in New York. New York, we have a good chance of winning New York, in my opinion, but we're going to give it a shot. We're going to give it a shot.
Violating your gag order, will you pay that fine?
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea. They've taken my constitutional right away with a gag order. That's all it is. It's election interference. This whole thing is election interference. So the polls have just come out, and I just got another sample. We're leading every swing state by a lot, and we're leading the nation by a lot. He's the worst president in the history of our country. He makes Jimmy Carter look great. Jimmy Carter is very happy because his presidency was brilliant by comparison. But this is the worst president we've ever had. He's destroying our country. Close the borders. You can do it in one phone call. You can close the borders. Close up the borders, Joe. Our country's going to hell.
Thank you.
Did you know about Stormy Daniels before the 2020 election?
Hold on a second. We've got great support.
You're headed back inside the courtroom in just hours.
I'll be back in the courtroom, and all that is a political witch hunt.
Are you going to testify, Mr. Trump? Are you planning to testify?
Sure, I'll testify.
Even if your lawyers tell you not to?
I don't care. I did nothing wrong. Everybody knows it's a political witch hunt. It's election interference. That's all it is. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
No, but I think I want my question. I just asked him if he's planning to testify.
All right, so the former president, Donald Trump, making that campaign stop before court, and you could actually hear hundreds of construction workers chanting 4 more years. Union members also in attendance turning out to meet the former president. You just saw him get back inside of the vehicle. We do know that he does have court this morning at 9:30 Eastern time, so don't know if he's headed to court just yet because we're a few hours away, but he does have that hush money trial that does resume today with witness testimony, and just giving you a bunch of different angles there on your screen, an aerial shot and different shots there. We did get some great sound from Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, and also Fox News Channel there on the ground. The former president actually took their mic and spoke into it. So his first remarks were very distorted because the cables and the wires were all intertwined. But that one, for those of you all that wanted to hear from him directly, he heard you all's request, because he literally took the mic, spoke into it, and was very clear with what he had to say about current President Joe Biden, and as he calls the trials that are underway against him a witch hunt. There are the shots there. You can see the crowd starting to disperse. You can see law enforcement out there, Secret Service, different government police agencies there trying to get the crowd there, to head in the right direction as things get back to normal. Construction workers and union workers there at the scene. The time now 6:50 on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you for your Thursday morning headlines. We're going to go ahead and take our final 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, more news and headlines as it relates to the former president. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. If you are just now tuning in, we are seeing that some of those construction workers and union members are now speaking to media. Let's see if we can get any audio on this feed. All right, right, so they are there. It looks like they are about to address the media. If you're just now tuning in, they're there. As we know that the former president held a campaign stop there. Hundreds upon hundreds of construction workers and union members. He did speak to the media about what he feels about the current president, Joe Biden, and about all of the court cases that are underway. As you know, that hush money trial does resume today, and so he did make this quick campaign stop before getting back in the vehicle. Not going to say he's exactly headed to court right now, as it's only 6:54 on the East Coast, and that hush money trial resumes at 9:30. Probably headed back to Trump Tower, since we saw that's where his motorcade started when he got here to Midtown Manhattan. But trying to see really quickly if the union members are going to speak. As you know, many of them were chanting 4 more years as former President Trump got out of the vehicle and shook their hands and took selfies with them. So wanting to know if they are going to give any remarks. Well, seeing that they switched the feed, the answer to that question is no. So let's continue to give you the very latest about former President Donald Trump. Right now, I want to give you a live look outside of the Supreme Court there in Washington, D.C., a different sight from what we saw yesterday. As we know, the Supreme Court heard the very latest of that Idaho abortion ban, and several protesters there as all of that happened. But as we continue to talk about the former president, is the former president, Donald Trump, entitled to immunity from criminal charges for actions he took while in office? Well, that's the thorny question before the U.S. Supreme Court today, as arguments begin in a case that could have far-reaching implications. Fox News Channel's Doug Luzader has more on what's at stake this morning from Washington.
This is a question that the court has never really tackled before, and one of the most serious cases involving the former president now hangs in the balance. As former President Donald Trump heads back to a New York courtroom this morning for his trial on hush money payments, the U.S. Supreme Court will be weighing a much more difficult question.
They cheated and they rigged our presidential election, but we will still win it.
Can Trump be prosecuted for the actions he took to overturn the 2020 election results?
There is a legal nuclear bomb in this case before the Supreme Court.
Legal analysts see a possible nuclear bomb here because Trump is claiming absolute immunity for presidential actions. That would undermine the federal case against him, which is now on hold. And the court will have to balance very real concerns about one administration prosecuting another with the notion of fairness, where even presidents can be held to account.
Either you leave a president who has no protection for statements made in the presidency, or you create a president who has no accountability for even the most egregious crimes. There's a good chance the court's going to try to find a third option.
But should that happen, coming up with a third option won't be easy for the court. And establishing the contours of executive power is a critical question that goes well beyond any single president. We expect the arguments this morning to last a couple of hours, and a decision is expected sometime in late June. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much for that update. Again, now giving you another live look out there in front of the Supreme Court. Now it's 6:57 on the East Coast. Again, as we continue to follow and look ahead here on Live Now, coming up in the 10 o'clock hour, that's when the Supreme Court will hear arguments on immunity for former President Donald Trump. As we continue to bring you top stories and headlines on this Thursday morning, or as I like to call it, Friday Eve. Now it's 6:57 on the East Coast, giving you a live look out southern Israel, looking into Gaza. Turning now to the latest on the Israel-Hamas War. The Israel-Hamas War escalating as tensions across the Middle East and around the world are underway. A senior Hamas official is laying out what he says it will take for the group to establish a ceasefire. This is breaking news we're following off the top of the hour. Fox News' Gary Bumgarden reports on the very latest.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu still says a ground invasion into the southern Gaza city of Rafah is critical to eliminating the remaining Hamas strongholds in the region. This, as a senior Hamas official speaking to the Associated Press in Turkey, reveals the terror group is ready to continue ceasefire negotiations.
If they can't finish Hamas off, what is the solution?
The solution is to go to consensus. We have repeatedly offered the establishment of a fully sovereign Palestinian state.
Hamas says it is willing to agree to a 5-year or longer truce with Israel, adding it would lay down its weapons and transform into a political party, but that's if an independent Palestinian state is formed. This would include territory in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. Israeli officials are not expected to entertain this idea, especially with more than 100 hostages still in Hamas captivity.
Until Hamas releases our hostages, the IDF will continue to pursue Hamas.
If we are not assured the war will end, why would I hand over the prisoners?
But anger over the lack of progress surrounding the hostages' release is boiling over. Police arresting protesters Wednesday night outside the home of Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem. Demonstrators lit fires in the street as hundreds demanded the government do more to secure the hostages' freedom. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much for that detailed report. Again, giving you a live look out southern Israel, looking into Gaza. And this is breaking news we're following. Off the top of the hour, a top Hamas political official telling the Associated Press the Islamic militant group is willing to agree to a truce of 5 years or more with Israel, and that it would lay down its weapons and convert into a political party if an independent Palestinian state is established along pre-1967 borders. Joining us live this morning to further discuss and put things into perspective is Don Bramer, a former Bush administration official. Good morning, Don. Thank you so much for being here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Hey, good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. And you know, I applaud this effort, and I hope Hamas will stick to its word. You know, the problem you have with Hamas, just like you have a lot of these other terrorist organizations, is you'll have one side of the faction, that's the PR side, who makes these claims, who comes out and is the face. But then you have all the rampant little groups, little cells that are like bad children that you really can't keep in control. And I think that's the hard part for any organization. And I think Iran has seen this as well, as they put out a message, but Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas, you know, have not followed the communication message, if you will.
Don, as we further this conversation, it's important to point out, and we actually spoke about this before we came on, that this is coming a day after that billion aid package was passed by the Senate. Hamas now saying all of this. And as we know, that $1 billion aid package going to Ukraine, Taiwan, also to Israel to help them with their defense efforts against Hamas and other terroristic organizations in the Middle East. Would you say this is a cry for help from Hamas, as they are maybe frightened about the artillery and the weapons that Israel will be able to obtain now?
Well, this $95 billion defense aid package, and that's what we should be calling it, not the Ukraine package, Tehran, Iran, not any of these other labels. It is a defense aid package, but more than $25 billion goes to Israel in support of their defense systems. You know, Israel has its own really magnificent defense and manufacturing base. So this is a supplement. I think it's a wake-up call for Hamas to realize that the West supports Israel, just like the West continues to support Ukraine and Tehran. So it puts the world on notice that the technology, the advances, and the U.S. defense industrial base is standing by to help.
Don, it's important to look at the wording, too, that Hamas used during these truce negotiations, saying they would only do this if Israel creates an independent Palestinian state, which would basically put them in charge in this region. But I also want to look at the other side, those innocent Palestinian people that have fled to that Rafah area who want nothing to do with Hamas. If this happens, what negative implications would it have further on the Palestinian people? We know humanitarian aid already scarce for many of them.
Well, it is. And, you know, as the U.S. moves forward on building a new port in Gaza, you know, we have to make sure that our troops, and it won't be just U.S. troops, it'll be troops of our allies there in Gaza, building this new port, creating new opportunities for the people of Palestine. And I think what would throw this entire messaging system, this campaign or truce, off the rails is just like the 178, nearly 200 attacks we've seen on U.S. forces in the region. If we start seeing attacks in Gaza on our forces as we try to help them, I think this whole deal will be off the table, except for, Hamas won't be facing Israel. They'll be facing the United States.
Absolutely. And then there are other terroristic organizations, as I mentioned, that are trying to get a stronghold of this area. We can't forget about Hezbollah. If this was to happen, more fighting could ensue, even if it's not from Hamas.
No, and you're absolutely right. We've seen just in the last 24 hours, we've seen Houthis firing missiles at Israeli flagships and also a U.S. Maersk flagship that was thwarted by U.S. defense systems. The attacks in Iraq and Syria against U.S. have started to commence again. We didn't see any since January, and just this week they've started up again. So it's on Iran. I think the impetus, it falls back on Iran to put its puppets, its children back in place. If they want this to work, if they want peace, to control them. And if the message is going to be real, then stick to it. No truce works unless both sides commit to the word that they put out there. And I think with Hezbollah putting this word out there, stick to it. If you're going to promote this is your plan, then stick to it. Do what you say you're going to do, and then you'll find that then we can find peace.
Don, great points you're raising. And I want to ask you, you're saying stick to it. That's what we would expect from people who keep their word and are good people. But when we're talking about terroristic organizations, can we really expect them to stick to their word? And I'm asking you that because, the latest on the hostage situation, they were saying they were going to release more hostages. Then when we talk about it and they bring it up, Israel brings it up to Hamas, they say, oh, well, wait, we can't locate some of them now. We don't know where they are, even though they were the ones that took them and put them in captivity.
No, I think the point here is to realize that I think sometimes Hamas, the other organizations, they'll put these statements out, and sometimes it almost feels like it's a way to get the other side, your adversary, or in this case, Israel and the Western allies, to lower their guard. And when we lower our guard is when we put ourselves in a more vulnerable, weakening position, where sometimes we suspect ourselves to even further attacks and atrocities.
Don, truly a pleasure meeting you this morning and speaking to you. I know the viewers truly appreciate your candidness and your insight. Before I let you go, I know you were discussing other conflicts in the Middle East as it relates to Iran, also with the Houthis out in the Red Sea. Is there anything we need to be keeping a close eye on, anything that you are thinking is developing that might not be out on Front Street at this time?
As you look across the globe, I think the biggest thing we need to realize is the danger that we face here at home. And I think it's really crucial that we realize that not only do we have adversaries in the Middle East, we had adversaries in our United Nations. We had adversaries on our campuses. And realizing that sometimes these protests that we see doesn't really mean that it's the true sentiment of the public, but it's people who protest for the sake of protest. In talking to some of the interns on our staff, I asked them what their opinions were, and they're saying a lot of people protest, but they don't know what they're protesting. So take time to educate yourself and realize that just because it's popular doesn't mean it's right.
Valid points you're making, Don. I know when we were speaking with officials out in New York, we saw the Columbia protests, NYU, and then over in New Haven, Connecticut, what was happening at Yale. There were concerns and arrests that were happening. And the police department was saying, we're not arresting you because you're exercising, free speech. We're arresting you because if we need to get to someone who's having a heart attack or a traffic accident, you're literally blocking the roadway. And we've seen that even at airports across the nation, out in Chicago. But one point that you did make that I would love for you to expound upon, the security threats with some of these protests. As we look with the ones at universities, you think that students, but you make a great point. People from outside the university can walk onto the campus to participate. We've seen YouTube videos of people here in America wanting to make their allegiance to ISIS and other terroristic organizations. You really don't know what can happen in these moments where people are trying to create a quote unquote peaceful protest, and then an outside force comes in to create something problematic and potentially deadly.
Well, anytime you have a large group of people, and it's something that we would always be wary of during my time in the Middle East, that becomes what you call a soft target. And if you have a large group of students, all it takes is one person with bad intentions to walk into the middle of that and become, igniter to the entire thing that's going on. And the other thing too, when you're doing these protests, absolutely, celebrate your First Amendment rights, but realize sometimes when you carry it too far, you destruct property, you hurt others. That one incident, one arrest can have an effect on the rest of your life and your career. So just, think about what you do, think about what you say, and realize the implications, and don't get wrapped into, the bandwagon, the crowd mentality.
Great advice there, Don. Truly a pleasure again speaking with you this morning on Live Now from Fox. You gave us some background and painted a good picture as to what's going on. We'll be checking back in with you in the future. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday, okay?
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
Thank you. You as well. Giving you a live look out in New York City. Now it's 7:09 on the East Coast. And as Don so eloquently put it, these protests are popping up left and right. And many of our content partners are looking at protests that are happening there in their communities. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, checking in with Fox 5 New York as they are preparing for protests that could potentially happen today. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you a live look out in New York City now at 7:12 on the East Coast as we continue to talk about the very latest of conflicts in the Middle East. We know they have trickled over here to the U.S. as more clashes between student protesters and police are occurring at Columbia University. This as students across the nation are holding pro-Palestinian protests on their campuses, causing more tension. Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti live this morning at Columbia University with the very latest on this ongoing situation. Briella, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Jeanne, good morning to you. There is a lighter presence here than we've seen over the past few days, the past week in general. But as you know, and as I know, these protests have been going on now for more than a week, and it's unclear if there is an end in sight. According to the school paper, though, some faculty members and some student workers walked out in support of the demonstrations. Some Republican lawmakers, in the meantime, have suggested cutting federal financial aid to student protesters.
We'll be free, Palestine will be free.
Tensions flared yet again at Columbia University as pro-Palestinian protesters continued to demonstrate. Last night, police asked a group of demonstrators to move away from the front of the Ivy League school near the intersection of 116th Street and Broadway. Meanwhile, dozens of tents and students remained sprawled out on the university's west lawn. Columbia officials say talks are ongoing, one day after they extended the deadline for students to dismantle their encampment. Earlier in the day, House Speaker Mike Johnson visited Columbia with his Republican colleagues, but it wasn't such a warm welcome. He was booed by hecklers while calling on President Manoush Shafiq to step down and pushing for the school to stop hate and harassment against Jewish students.
Our feeling is that they have not acted to restore order on the campus. This is dangerous.
While Columbia has been the epicenter of this past week's demonstrations, Ivy League protests have triggered a chain reaction of demonstrations at college campuses nationwide. At the University of Texas in Austin, hundreds of students walked out of class in solidarity with the Palestinian people. State police were called in riding horses clad in riot gear and arrested at least 20 people. It was a similar situation at the University of Southern California, where students clashed with public safety officers during tense confrontations. According to our sister station, Fox 11 Los Angeles, nearly 100 arrests were made there. The White House condemned any violence.
Protests must be peaceful. You know, students must be safe. When we see violent rhetoric, we have to call that out.
Yeah, you just heard the press secretary there calling out any violent rhetoric. She says that President Biden will not stand for that. However, he does support peaceful protests and the right to free speech, of course. Now, House Speaker Mike Johnson had a lot to say when he was here at Columbia yesterday, including calling on the president to call in the National Guard if these demonstrations cannot be contained. The White House press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, had no response to that, and we're still waiting to hear if she is going to respond. Gina, we'll send it back to you.
Riella Tomasetti there, always detailed reporting on these top stories and breaking news headlines. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox and sharing those developments with the viewers. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Giving you another live look there. Midtown, New York City. Now it's 7:16 on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, continuing with those breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events of the day. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Now it's 7:18 on the East Coast, giving you a live look out in New York City. And before the break, we were checking in with Fox 5 New York's Briella Tomasetti. She was giving an update to those pro-Palestinian protests happening on the campuses of Columbia University and several universities across the U.S. She did mention Speaker Mike Johnson was condemning these protests. I have his comments for you now in full.
Institutions on a very important day and a very important time. Throughout history, Columbia students have contributed to the great storybook of America's life and thought. Visionary American leaders like Alexander Hamilton and John Jay and the Jewish leader Gershom Shashis knew the self-evident truth that was at the heart of this country and once at the heart of this university, and that is that we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. They should not be infringed. The founders and the great leaders who had come through this institution in the past believed in religious liberty. They believed in democracy. They believed in morality and virtue and the dignity of every human person. They believed in the free exchange of ideas, and they detested mob rule. We are standing here right now on the steps of the Low Library. In this very building right behind us, Columbia University once awarded Winston Churchill an honorary degree, and it was Churchill who said, "It is manifestly right that Jews should have a national home where they may be reunited." We believe in that principle. And today I'm here to proclaim to all those who gnash their teeth and demand to wipe the state of Israel off the map and attack our innocent Jewish students this simple truth: neither Israel nor these Jewish students on this campus will ever stand alone. Today, Hamas issued an endorsement statement of the protesters on this campus. They called them the future leaders of America. It is detestable. All of this has to be said because the cherished traditions of this university are being overtaken right now by radical and extreme ideologies. They place a target on the backs of Jewish students in the United States and here on this campus. A growing number of students have chanted in support of terrorists. They have chased down Jewish students. They have mocked them and reviled them. They have shouted racial epithets. They have screamed at those who bear the Star of David. Enjoy your free speech. They've told Jewish students who wear the Star of David to leave the country. And shamefully, some professors and faculty have joined the mobs. Things have gotten so out of control that the schools canceled in-person classes, and now they've come up with this hybrid model where they will discriminate against Jewish students. They are not allowed to come to class anymore for fear of their lives, and it's detestable. As Columbia has allowed these lawless agitators and radicals to take over, the virus of anti-Semitism is spread across other campuses. By some counts, as many as 200 universities have a similar form of protest right now. At Yale, a Jewish student was stabbed in the eye with a Palestinian flag, and 45 students were arrested. At NYU, pro-Hamas protesters were shouting from the river to the sea. Anti-Israel encampments are popping up at universities all across this country. The madness has to stop. The madness has to stop. We just left a meeting with students, Jewish students, who told us of the heinous acts of bigotry that they have experienced simply because of their faith. Their bravery is inspiring, much more inspiring than some of the activities we're seeing here. And they should never have to confront such hate on an American college campus. It's such a revered institution. Anti-Semitism has been growing in America, and it's clear why. Powerful people have refused to condemn it, and some have even peddled it themselves. From university professors to public officials, people in positions of authority have denied the horrific facts of September 11, 2001, the attacks on the United States that happened right here in New York City, and they've attempted to excuse or to ignore the barbaric attack of Hamas in Israel on October 7, 2023, where Israeli women and children were savagely raped and murdered, and infants were cooked in ovens. Crowds of radical activists have chanted death to America and on our own streets in this country, and sub-public officials have refused to condemn them. Others have openly defended these acts on campus, and the harassing and the the intimidation and the threatening of innocent Jewish students simply because of who they are. They've called that peaceful protest, and some have even gone as far as calling for the state of Israel to be eliminated. These are words we expect from Ayatollahs in Iran, not American lawmakers and not American students. And unsurprisingly, it has given way to threats and violence in a generation of students who feel safe in their own classrooms, who don't feel safe in their own classrooms, or where they live or where they worship. Let me say this very simply. No American of any color or creed should ever have to live under those kinds of threats. That is not who we are in this country. Sadly, Columbia's administrators have chosen to let the threats, the fear, and the intimidation of the mob rule, to overtake American principles like free speech and the free exchange of ideas and the free exercise of religion. They have co-opted First Amendment arguments to protect genocide and to elevate the voices of anti-Semitism. They have proven themselves to be incapable of achieving their basic responsibility, which is keeping students safe. We just can't allow this kind of hatred and anti-Semitism to flourish on our campuses, and it must be stopped in its tracks. Those who are perpetrating this violence should be arrested. And I'm here today joining my colleagues and calling on President Shafiq to resign if she cannot immediately bring order to this chaos. As Speaker of the House, I am committing today that the Congress will not be silent as Jewish students are expected to run for their lives and stay home from their classes hiding in fear. In the House of Representatives, we've already acted to address anti-Semitism on campuses. We have passed a number of statutes to address this matter, and we call upon the U.S. Senate to act upon our legislation. I have a couple of my colleagues here that I'd like to share a few words. I'll turn it over first to the chair of the House Education and Workforce Commission, Virginia Fox, Congresswoman Virginia Fox, North Carolina. Virginia?
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Columbia University is in a free fall. Following the explosion of this anti-Semitism, the Education and Workforce Committee started investigating. So far, the committee has uncovered key failures in the administration's response to the anti-Semitic attacks and displays embroiling this campus. First, President Shafiq presented false testimony to the committee regarding the removal of Professor Joseph Basad. No action was taken. In addition, the administration has suspended 2 Jewish students for a made-up chemical attack. So I have a message, President Shafiq, and a message for you all, too. The inmates are running the asylum.
That's right.
Take back control of this once great institution. You took action last week. It's time to act again. If not, the committee will pursue every possible avenue to create a safe learning environment for Jewish students. I yield back.
Next is Congresswoman Nicole Malliotakis from here in New York.
Welcome to New York City.
Yes, indeed.
Well, thank you very much for coming today. I'm so happy to welcome the Speaker to New York City, and we appreciate his leadership and coming here to condemn the anti-Semitism that has been allowed to fester on this campus. We just met with a group of students who told us that not only have they been bullied, but they've been, many of them, assaulted. They have been spat on. They have had to walk the halls of this campus to see swastikas painted. These are clear examples of anti-Semitism, and it's shocking to see that it's happening in the most diverse and welcoming city in America. It is truly outrageous, and it's clear that the president of this university cannot control the campus. She cannot and will not hold students who are doing these types of anti-Semitic activities accountable, and that she cannot keep the students who are of Jewish faith, who have paid a lot of money and have worked very hard to get to an Ivy League institution like this, that she cannot keep them safe. And that is why I join my colleagues in calling for her resignation. Thank you.
Next, another congressman from New York, Anthony D'Esposito.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you are a protester on this campus and you are proud that you've been endorsed by Hamas, you are part of the problem. When you cheer on the fact that you enjoy Hamas and Hezbollah, you are yourself part of the problem. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to join with you here today in calling for the immediate resignation of the President of Colombia. She has failed her duty. She is not keeping students safe. And we see on this campus the hate-filled speech that is carrying through this country.
Right.
Another New York Congressman, Mike Lawler.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for being here in New York. I want Palestinians to be free, too, from their oppressor, Hamas. And every single one of you students that support Hamas are an absolute abomination. It is shameful, shameful that you would support a terrorist organization that butchered and beheaded and burned innocent women, children, and babies. I went to Israel a month after the attack on October 7th, and I watched a 21-minute unedited video, raw footage of the attack. I watched exactly what Hamas did. And sadly here in America, we have students endorsing the butchering and brutality of a terrorist organization. If you want a ceasefire, the fastest way for a ceasefire to occur is for Hamas to surrender and to release the hostages. And if you can't call for that, you are a pathetic embarrassment to this institution and to students everywhere. It is time for President Shafiq to resign in disgrace. She has lost control of this campus. She has lost control of this institution. And after listening to her comments inside, it is clear that she has no intention of getting this university under control and ensuring the safety and well-being of every student. That is what is entitled to students attending this institution. If the students are not safe, if the institution will not act, Congress has a responsibility to do so, and we will.
I want to thank my colleagues for sharing their thoughts here. I want to say this as well. At the start of the American Revolution, the doors of this institution, once known as King's College, were closed. When the war ended, the institution reopened and was renamed Columbia College. It was a shift from the tyranny of the monarchy to the freedom at the heart of the American experiment. And now the forces of hatred and oppression once again are on the march. They've begun to try to close Columbia's doors to a segment of students. To every Jewish student listening to us, no matter where you are around the country, you have my word. The U.S. House of Representatives will do everything in our power to ensure that you are safe, you can freely practice your faith, and you can go to school, just like everybody else. We will punish those who have allowed this violence and bigotry to go unchecked. With that, I'll take a few questions.
Have you spoken to Shafiq directly? You ever get any meetings with her?
We met briefly with the president and her top officials right before we came out on the steps here. We encouraged her to take immediate action and stamp this out. And our feeling is that they have not acted to restore order on the campus. This is dangerous. This is not free expression. This is not First Amendment. They are threatening, intimidating, saying that they will take violence upon Jewish students. We met with Jewish students who are in fear. They can't come on campus. They can't study for their final exams. This affects everybody's lives, and it affects the image that we portray to the world. This is not who we are as Americans, and it's time to act like it.
Speaker, have you spoken to the president about bringing in the National Guard? A number of senators have done that. Are you urging the president to do that as well?
My intention is to call President Biden after we leave here and share with him what we have seen with our own two eyes and demand that he take action. There is executive authority that be appropriate. If this is not contained quickly, and if these threats and intimidation are not stopped, there is an appropriate time for the National Guard. We have to bring order to these campuses. We cannot allow this to happen around the country. We are better than this. We're better than this, and I'll ask the president to do that, and I'll tell him that very same thing.
Mr. Speaker, what is the House going to do? So you've moved some things, you've done, what is your plan when you get back?
The House has been investigating a number of these campuses. There is a nexus to federal funding. If these campuses cannot get control of this problem, they do not deserve taxpayer dollars. That's a very serious issue. You've seen our Education and Workforce Committee having oversight hearings. We have brought the presidents of these universities to Congress to testify under oath, and you've seen accountability begun there. There'll be much more of that. We'll continue to work on legislation to adjust this at the federal level. This Congress, and I genuinely believe there's bipartisan agreement on this, will stand for what is good and what is right. It does not matter who shouts in our faces. We're going to do what is right by America. We respect free speech. We respect diversity of ideas. But there is a way to do that in a lawful manner, and that's not what this is.
Mr. Speaker, what do you want them? So there are students, some of the student organizers are part of a group called Jewish Voices for Peace. There are two students who held a press conference yesterday saying that they faced more anti-Semitic attacks from Jewish students, from Israeli students, than from the group that is in the encampment. So how do you respond to the fact that they say
I'm not sure who the aggressors are, but I will tell you that any of that is inappropriate. It's lawlessness. It's chaos. That is not who we are. We believe in the rule of law. That is one of the foundational principles of America, and it must be maintained. The college campus used to be the place for respectful debate, for the differences of opinion and the free marketplace of ideas to be discussed. That is not what is happening here. You're intimidating and shouting down people you disagree with. You cannot censor and silence viewpoints you disagree with. That is not American. You do not understand what it means to respect the First Amendment. Yes.
What is your message to the students inside the encampment right now?
My message to the students inside the encampment is go back to class and stop the nonsense. Look, if we want to have a debate on campus about the merits of these things, let's do that. But you can't intimidate your fellow students and make them stay home from class. Think about that. Is that right? Do you think that's right? Stop wasting your parents' money, Congressman Lawler says. I think that's right. Last one.
Anti-Zionist Jews inside the camp that are celebrating Shabbat.
I don't know who's in that camp over there, but I would tell you that this is unacceptable, and the American people are demanding accountability for it. And that's why we made the trip here today. That's why this press conference is important. We want this administration and the administration of every university campus around the country to bring this to account and to bring this lawlessness to an end. And that's what we need to do. Thank you.
That press conference wrapping up there at Columbia University, as it's been a week of protest across the U.S., pro-Palestinian protests erupting amid Passover as that is underway. And we're speaking of the latest of the conflict in the Middle East, as we are following breaking news this morning that top right box, a live look out in Gaza, as Hamas is the top leader of Hamas saying peace with Israel requiring a two-state solution. And then that bottom box, a live look out in D.C., the Supreme Court there, as we are looking ahead to the Supreme Court of the United States to hear arguments on immunity for former President Donald Trump. And speaking of that, I actually want to bring that full. That's where we're headed after this quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be checking in with attorney Seth Behrensweig, getting a full breakdown of what we can expect. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. Now it's 7:39 on the East Coast. Right now, I want to give you a live look out in D.C. as the Supreme Court is there. We're looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour. The Supreme Court to hear arguments on immunity for former President Donald Trump. Joining us live this morning to set the stage to what we can expect is attorney Seth Behrensweig. Good morning to you, Seth. Always a pleasure when we get to hear from you here on Live Now.
Thanks for having me back.
A pleasure to speak with you. So if you can set the stage for us, one word we've heard for the past several months is the word immunity as it relates to the former president. We know he has a lot of court cases going on, and then the gag order, and then this as well, immunity as it relates to the election process. Could you catch us up, please?
Sure. So today is really a historic day in the course of American jurisprudence. We have a former president of the United States arguing for absolute presidential immunity with respect to alleged criminal activity occurring during his presidency in a case that's being prosecuted after he left the White House. So I think it really it causes a moment of pause to reflect on that, because it really is an extraordinary hearing. Now, what the president is arguing in this case is that it is critical for a president to be able to execute and perform his duties that fall within the outer ambits of his authority, to use his attorney's words, without fear of criminal prosecution. And I will give a lot of credit where credit is due to his legal team, because in a way, if you think about it, he really has gotten essentially a form of immunity over the last several months, because they've been able to really squeeze this out. In fact, this is the very last day and the very last argument heard by the United States Supreme Court. But Jack Smith and his team is arguing in reply that there is no basis of legal authority in the Constitution or otherwise for the exercise of that kind of broad immunity, and that in fact, that if that immunity would apply, it would violate fundamental constitutional separation of powers, because that would place the presidency over Congress's ability to legislate criminal statutes, as well as being beyond the purview of judges throughout the United States.
Thank you for breaking that down for us, Seth. And I want to ask you, many of the viewers wanting to know, if that happens, what does that mean for all of the court cases that are underway right now? Will they be null and void?
Well, that would mean that, and by the way, I think that that result is very doubtful. If he wins this appeal, then arguably he has absolute presidential immunity for all actions related to his involvement in the presidential campaign, including the electors and so forth. So he would argue that that would shield him from any and all liability in the other cases. The reason why I think that there would be some potential outer limits to that effect is because one of the fact issues that would still have to be litigated is whether or not he performed such duties in the ambit of his presidential executive powers, or whether these were actions that were taken for his own personal political gain. And in fact, in the New York case, for example, which is currently before Judge Merchan in Manhattan, the prosecution would argue that alleged hush money for an affair that was, according to the prosecution's case, done to covertly and corruptly conceal information in the furtherance of a federal election is not within the purview of presidential power. So I think it's definitely a very good question, and it's a necessary question. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for Mr. Trump to win this, because there really doesn't appear to be any constitutional basis of authority. There is some authority per case law and DOJ policy with respect to certain immunities relative to civil liability, especially during the occurrence of the presidency. But as far as after Mr. Trump leaves office, it's going to be very difficult for him to win this appeal at the Supreme Court.
Seth, thank you so much for breaking that down and joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add as we are looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour for this hearing to begin?
Sure. I would just note, as a practical matter, the timing effect. If and when Mr. Trump does not succeed in this appeal, which I think will likely be the case, the decision will be out right before the 4th of July weekend, which means that the trial before Judge Chutkan in D.C. for the election subversion trial, which this directly connects to, will probably happen within 90 days after that decision is issued by the Supreme Court.
Seth, thank you again for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox and setting the stage and giving us that background. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You as well.
Thank you so much. Now at 7:45 on the East Coast, giving you that live look outside of the Supreme Court, and you can see several media partners setting up their cameras as we are looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour. We're going to go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, checking in and getting an update out in Atlanta. As we know, the U.S. Department of Transportation has made an announcement as it relates to airlines. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Right now, we're heading out to Atlanta as the U.S. Department of Transportation has a new rule to make airlines a little bit easier for you. We're checking in now with Fox 5 Atlanta's Lindsay Tuman for the very latest. Lindsay, good morning to you. What can you share with us?
Good morning to you. You know how stressful it can be to travel. Just trying to even make it to your gate. Then you get there and you find out your flight has been delayed or canceled. And then to add to that, trying to navigate the process of getting your refund back. But now, thanks to the U.S. Department of Transportation, the process is going to be a lot easier and more straightforward.
I've been there before. The wait at security, the rush to the gate, only to find a flight delayed or canceled, and the passenger left to navigate a travel voucher or credit to make up for it.
It was hectic sometimes. A lot of times the airlines made it reasonable, but I've had different experiences.
That's about to change. New rules from the Department of Transportation are making the refund process more straightforward. Now flyers are required to receive automatic cash back for delayed or canceled flights if the traveler wants their money back instead of a travel voucher or credit. And those refunds have to come in 7 business days.
It's well needed, so I'm not going to call anybody out in this airport, but there's been a few times where, flights have been canceled. I've lost a lot of money, especially traveling.
Airlines currently set their own standards for what kind of flight changes would be eligible for a refund and what that refund would be, but now it's set across the board. If a domestic flight is delayed by at least 3 hours or 6 hours for an international flight, if the departure or arrival is to a different airport, more connections are added, or someone is bumped to a lower seat class, those are all eligible for a refund.
It's great. Pretty much every other business, the business I'm in, has to do that. We don't make our customers jump through hoops if we mess anything up, so I don't think that their customers should have to jump through any hoops.
Yeah, and there's a bit more to it. If you're paying for services that aren't met, think like in-flight Wi-Fi that's not working, or if your bags aren't getting to you within a couple of days, 15 days for international flights, well, then you could be refunded for those service fees as well. And all of these new changes go into effect starting in 6 months. Reporting live from Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport, I'm Lindsay Tuman. Back to you, Janae.
Lindsay, thank you so much for that detailed report. We appreciate you joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you.
And as we continue to bring you these top stories and headlines now at 7:50 on the East Coast, we know that Pete Buttigieg actually gave an updated presser discussing the very latest of this. Let's listen in now.
Treat passengers, and I saw that reputation besmirched over the years. I then became a journalist and author who wrote about aviation and eventually became an advocate for airline passengers in competition. I'd like to thank Secretary Buttigieg and the DOT staff for inviting me here today to hear some good news on behalf of the American air travelers who booked 752 million flights last year. Those of us who have spent years fighting for greater protections for airline passengers, as well as more fairness and competition in the industry, have been heartened over the last year by a series of positive and in some cases unprecedented developments by the U.S. Department of Transportation under Secretary Buttigieg's leadership. We've seen a significant change in DOT enforcement after the recent response to the December 2022 Southwest Airlines holiday meltdown. Even more important than record fines were the record reimbursements DOT ordered Southwest to pay directly to passengers. We hope that Southwest and every other U.S. airline took note. On the safety side, we noted the Federal Aviation Administration's swift and so far strong response to the Alaska Airlines Flight 1282 event and the subsequent uncovering of widespread safety irregularities at Boeing. It stands in stark contrast to the delayed and weak FAA response to the 2 Boeing MAX crashes in 2018 and 19 that took 346 lives. In addition, last March, the Secretary voiced opposition to the proposed JetBlue-Spirit merger, which the U.S. Department of Justice was successful in blocking. The Secretary's action reversed decades of virtual silence on the dozens of mergers that led to the massive consolidation problems we have today. As we've stated, the industry has simply become too big to care. More recently, the DOT has tackled the complex issue of investigating airline privacy policies. And last week, the department announced new memoranda of understanding with a bipartisan coalition of state attorneys general. This is a game changer. It means that for the first time since federal preemption was included in the Airline Deregulation Act of 1978, states will be empowered to assist in addressing airline passenger complaints. That's why the department plays such a vital and singular role in protecting airline passengers. As a longtime passenger advocate, I'm pleased to be here today for the DOT's announcement of new rules that for the first time require automatic cash refunds and protect against surprise junk fees. These rules are not only critical, but also common sense. We're eager to hear about more passenger rulemakings in the pipeline, including on the nefarious fee for family seating, where toddlers are separated from their parents, and we're eager to continue fighting to protect consumers. We're also happy to see the DOT's pro-consumer attitude has manifested itself not just in words, but in meaningful actions. And with that, I'll turn it over to Secretary Buttigieg.
Thank you. First of all, thanks very much to Bill McGee from the American Economic Liberties Project, someone who dedicated so much of his professional life to aviation, first as a public servant and then as an advocate. And I want to note that this is really the culmination not just of work by our U.S. DOT team, but of a community of advocates like Bill who have stood up for the rights of airline passengers and to make sure airline passengers and workers are better off. I also just want to thank DCA for hosting us, an airport that I experience often as a passenger as well as a policymaker. And I want to recognize our department's OACP, our Office of Aviation Consumer Protection, which is a small but mighty team that has helped millions of passengers get billions in refunds, handling complaints, enforcement, regulation, and rulemaking all at the same time. And thanks all of you for joining us here. This is a big day for America's flying public. It represents the latest step, 2 steps, in fact, in our ongoing journey as the Department of Transportation under President Biden's leadership to deliver the biggest expansion of passenger rights in the department's history. The news comes as we enter the middle years of America's infrastructure decade, a period which has already seen enormous upheaval and change in the aviation sector. When we got here just 3 years ago, the big question around airlines was about whether they would survive the pandemic. A year later, the challenge was to ensure they could do a better job meeting unprecedented growth in demand. And through it all, we have been focused on making sure that passengers, workers, and the sector as a whole would be better off than before we got here. Telling stories, good and bad, about your flight is an American pastime. From stories of people coming up to me in airports to stories that we formally receive in the form of comments and complaints through our rulemaking processes and enforcement activities, we have heard it all. And too often the things that we hear about aren't just irritating inconveniences. They are significant harms and, more importantly, violations of passengers' rights. And we're here to do something about that. A lot of what we hear from passengers involves refunds or the lack thereof for passengers who experience cancellations and disruptions. In theory, passengers are already supposed to be refunded for a cancellation or a major delay. In practice, it often doesn't work that way. We hear again and again from passengers who describe how hard they have to push just to get the refunds that are owed to them. And often our consumer protection team has had to impose multi-million-dollar penalties on airlines just to get them to do what should already be required. Infrequent flyers are especially vulnerable, since they may not know that we are here for them and are often not told about their right to a refund, and too often instead offered compensation in the form of a voucher or miles whose value amounts to pennies on the dollar of what they're actually owed. Or they enter the vortex of call centers and chatbots, sometimes giving up before they get their money back. We're changing that today. With the first rule that we're announcing today, the Biden-Harris administration is now requiring that if an airline cancels or significantly delays your flight, within 7 days they will be required to provide an automatic refund to the credit card that you used to book it without you having to call or wait on hold or sort through digital paperwork or haggle with that airline. Importantly, we are also changing the refund to clarify that it must be by cash, it must be in cash by default, unless a passenger actively chooses another form of compensation rather than the other way around. No more defaulting to vouchers or credits when consumers may not even realize that they are entitled to cash. We're also putting another rule on the books, protecting airline passengers from being surprised by fees. These charges can really add up for things like a checked bag, a carry-on bag, change fees, cancellation fees. Healthy competition requires that as a consumer, you comparison shop, which means knowing the real price of a trip before and not after you buy. So airlines will now be required to show you these costs up front so you have all the information you need to decide what travel option is best for you. We estimate this will save Americans over $500 million every year. From day one of this administration, we have been working to improve the entire experience for airline passengers, from more transparency when you book your ticket to a better experience when you get to the airport, thanks to the terminal improvements that we're making through the Biden infrastructure package, to the most important part of all, which is safety and peace of mind, secured by better staffing, better technology, better oversight, and better infrastructure. And, of course, knowing that if something does go wrong and your flight is canceled, the U.S. Department of Transportation has your back. That's why we launched flightrights.gov to provide passengers with easy-to-interpret visuals that lay out exactly what each airline is committed to providing you if they cause your cancellation or delay. And we know that that transparency made a difference because within days of my letting the airlines know that it was coming, we went from 0 out of the top 10 to all of the top 10 airlines guaranteeing in their customer service plans that they offer things like free rebooking and meals, and nearly all of them offer free hotel accommodations. Commitments that our department has the power to enforce. Of course, even with the new rules we're announcing today that airlines will be required by law to follow, problems still come up, and that's where our stepped-up enforcement comes in. When an airline is responsible for a delay or cancellation, we have set records for tough penalties, including the $140 million enforcement action against Southwest Airlines for the 2022 holiday meltdown. That is nearly double the total amount of penalties that our department assessed in fines in more than 2 decades before we got here. And the level of toughness reflected in the Southwest enforcement is not an exception, but the new standard for our department's enforcement. Even more important than the fines that go out to the Treasury is what our department is getting back into passengers' pockets, which now stands at over $3 billion in refunds and reimbursements. And last week, we announced a new force multiplier for our efforts, an unprecedented partnership with 18 state attorneys general to help investigate aviation consumer complaints and get passengers results. And we're encouraging the rest of the states to join us, too. Taken collectively, under this administration, U.S. DOT has advanced the largest expansion of passenger rights, issued the biggest fines against airlines for failing consumers, and returned more money to passengers in refunds and reimbursements than ever before in the department's history. This isn't just about enforcing when something goes wrong, it's making it less likely something would go wrong in the first place. When an airline knows that all, instead of just a few, of the passengers on a canceled flight are likely to actually get their money back, it gives them a different set of reasons to put in the investment and the realistic scheduling that makes those cancellations less likely to happen to begin with. To be clear, we want the airline sector to thrive. It is why we put so much into helping them survive the pandemic, and honestly, it's why we're being so rigorous on passenger protection. This will build confidence in air travel at a time when airlines need to do more to secure passengers' trust. And to be clear, whenever it is appropriate, we're also working side by side with airlines operations personnel on things like deconflicting airspace closures for commercial space launches or addressing the congestion in New York's airspace by facilitating larger planes with more seats that can move more passengers without adding more takeoffs. This approach of collaborating where appropriate, pushing hard where called for, is working. After the pandemic, passengers had difficult years, especially in 2021 and 22, but last year, cancellations reached a 10-year low. And this year is off to a good start, about 1.5% cancellation rate, which is well below the norm. But we know there is more to do, and we're not done. We are working on a rulemaking to expand rights to protect the safety and dignity of passengers who use wheelchairs, and another one to ban airlines from charging you a junk fee to sit together as a family. It's all in keeping with President Biden's vision on competition and consumer protection, including cracking down on junk fees to make everything from concerts to inhalers more affordable. These dollars and cents add up for millions of Americans, and our laser focus on making it easier, more affordable, and more convenient to navigate every system in America from healthcare to banking to air travel will continue. With that, we have a little bit of time for questions from reporters. That process will be led by Alexandra. So the bulk of these protections will kick in about 6 months from the rule goes into the Federal Register. We've been working on this for more than a year, but now it's time to take action. We know it'll take a little time to develop the mechanisms for that money to get back, but we really don't want the sector to drag its feet because passengers want and expect their money back now. So, unsurprisingly, airlines are not enthusiastic about us holding them to a higher standard. But I believe that this is in the interest of the airline sector because it builds passengers' confidence in airlines as a whole. And I also know that they'll be able to adapt to this. Remember, when it comes to things like a refund for a cancellation, technically that was supposed to be the case the whole time. It's just it wasn't actually happening in practice. That's part of what this does. It also clarifies what a significant delay is, because up until now, it's been up to the airline to decide if a delay was significant enough that you get your money back. Again, in terms of the timing, that's 6 months from more or less now when it gets encoded in the Federal Register. But again, there are a lot of refunds that you're already entitled to and can let us know if you're not getting. We'll continue enforcing that, even as we work to make it more automatic so that passengers go through less trouble. And frankly, our investigators will have more bandwidth because they don't have to chase down these refunds. More and more of them should be happening by default automatically as a matter of course. Sure. Yeah, so on compensation, we continue to develop that, and to be clear, with this rule on the books, that does not stop or slow the progress that we're driving in terms of a compensation rule as well, though this obviously represents something new for passengers who have those extreme delays. And then, sorry, the second piece again? Oh, yeah, okay. So, this is the month when those vouchers as part of the Southwest settlement kick in. And Southwest will now, because we are making them, really lead the market on that. And it will be very interesting to see what other airlines respond, not as punishment, but by way of competition. We haven't yet seen how they're responding. I think it's going to take a little time to see how the market responds to that. But it's certainly, in addition to, remember, what we're setting ought to be the floor, the bare minimum. And we invite and welcome airlines to compete on that kind of benefit, as well as the other things that airlines compete on. Yes? Coming soon. I don't think we have a date for that yet, but coming soon. We are confident of the sound legal basis for this. We believe it's consistent with the authorities that we have under statute. I can't speak to what airlines will do, but I certainly hope that they will, if not enthusiastically, still diligently conform and comply. And by the way, they don't have to wait the number of months that it'll technically take for this to go into effect. They could and should be doing this right now. I really believe this is ultimately going to make the sector better off. Look, we have seen a lot of industry pushback when we come up with a rule. I mean, we've got 2 Class 1 freight railroads that immediately sued us for publishing a rule that most people I think assumed was already the case, which is the idea that you got to have at least a couple of people on board a giant freight train most of the time. So we have seen some pretty shocking responses from some industries to being regulated. But, you know, what we've seen so far is as we have been tougher with airlines, airlines have leaned into responding to that, sometimes even claimed some credit for the benefits that we're making them provide consumers, which, you know, as long as the consumers get that benefit, they can say whatever they like. So the primary way for us to find out about a violation is through a complaint process. That's part of what's available through flightrights.gov. We have followed up on thousands of complaints. As I mentioned, the Attorney General's partnership is now helping us keep up with that, and it's gotten us results. We've gotten $3 billion and counting back into passengers' pockets. So that system works. I will say, though, by making these refunds automatic, I hope that it creates less need for that complaint process, which could free up our small but mighty team of consumer protection professionals to be more proactive. There is precedent for a process of auditing or spot checking in addition to complaint-based enforcement, but that's only available if they have enough bandwidth to do it. And so part of what I'm looking for, obviously the real purpose here is to take the burden off of passengers, but by making this automatic, it may also take some of the burden off investigators so they can be more proactive. So it really has varied from airline to airline. We've collected tens of thousands of stories and experiences. If it part of how I can answer your question is look at the toughest penalties and fines that we've assessed, and you'll see the biggest violations that we've noted so far. But look, up until now, an airline could say that they're not breaking any rule when they jerk a passenger around. For example, you have a scenario where you get an extreme delay, like 6 hours, 9 hours. You're not even going to make it to the meeting or the wedding that you were going to unless you book a different flight. That different flight is on a different airline and it costs more. And then the original airline on the canceled or delayed flight maybe gives you a voucher. Up until now, even if we were trying to hold them accountable, they could say, hey, we gave them a voucher, we followed the rules. So this clarifies that to say, no, you get your money back unless you, the passenger, want something different. So things like that, I think, speak not just to violations, which we're always trying to enforce against, but things that airlines claimed were technically not violations. We're clearing that up here. Same thing with the transparency and the fees. Yeah, all of this is informing the FAA's ongoing process with Boeing under a microscope. I think there was a lot of attention in past years to the design of the aircraft. Now there is an equal amount of scrutiny on whether they are being manufactured in a way that conforms to that design. One thing I would note is that we are now more or less smack in the middle of the 90-day clock that Administrator Mike Whitaker set Boeing on to deliver a comprehensive plan on how they are going to do better. That's going to be a very important part of them being able to prove to the FAA's satisfaction that it is acceptable for them to increase their production. We're not going to let them do that until they have satisfied the FAA that they can do it safely. Any plane that I or you get on today is flying because the FAA has determined that it is that there's no barrier to it safely flying. And anytime there's a concern, anytime that there's a gap in that confidence, that plane doesn't go. Yeah. Anything related to the criminal justice process, I have to let DOJ speak to that. But what I will say is that the families have played an extraordinarily important role in shaping American policy and, frankly, in shaping my personal perspective on what's at stake in safety, especially when it comes to Boeing. Pete? We didn't get Pete yet. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this is a real issue. Multiple airlines have made us aware of how this is affecting their plans. They've also been creative in how they're adapting their fleets to try to manage it, given that the deliveries might not come in as expected. But my certainly the administrator's instructions to the FAA, which I concur with, is to think only about safety. The commercial and economic concerns are there, but that's just outside of the realm of the FAA's priority, because all that other stuff is multiplied by zero if we don't have confidence on the safety piece. I know Pete had one, and then we probably got to go. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't want to link to things that are still being investigated in terms of cause. What I will say is that the heightened attention to runway incursions has propelled, I think, a healthy level of attention on Capitol Hill and in the country to how we make sure that our controllers are rested enough, are well equipped enough with technology, and that we have enough of a controller workforce to meet this growing demand on ATC. It's why our budget for next year includes even more controllers to be hired than we had this year. It's why we have reversed the decline in controllers. It's why we're asking for the first time for mandatory account that would allow the FAA to plan on technology. In terms of the numbers of runway incursions, they are rare, and the numbers we're seeing are consistent with what we've seen in recent years, but the only truly acceptable number is 0. And I would point to the JFK incident as an example of just how tightly we watch these things, that even a plane coming 4,500 feet away from another plane is closer than it should have been, and we treat that as a close call. Thank you.
So that press conference wrapping up there in Washington, D.C., U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg making that airline announcement that he says will make the airline process a little bit easier for passengers. On the right side of your screen, following top stories this morning, the top right box, a live look out in Gaza. As we're following breaking news, top Hamas leader says peace with Israel requires two-state solution. Right now, a truce deal is underway. And then looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour, you see some protesters already out there early this morning outside of the Supreme Court, as the Supreme Court will hear arguments on immunity for former President Donald Trump. But as we talk about the very latest as it relates to transportation, right now we're going to head out to London, where earlier this morning a conversation was underway with the Shadow Transport Secretary. She gave a speech on the Labor's plan for railways. Let's listen in.
And cost savings for the taxpayer. And as I've said earlier, the taxpayer simply can't afford to continue with the current broken model that is throwing good money after bad and wasting very, very stretched taxpayers' money. Now, we're not changing the way that trains are financed. We're not bringing the trains themselves into public ownership. Our model will continue to lease from the private sector. And as I say, it will deliver significant efficiencies. We think we will save the taxpayer as much as £2.2 billion every year.
Have you got an agreement from Rachel Reeves that your savings, your efficiencies, can all be channeled back into the railways?
So we would hope that we would reinvest some of those savings. We've not got an agreement that all of it would be. But the taxpayer, what we've got to remember, already subsidises the railways by over £4 billion a year. That level of subsidy has not changed since pre-COVID in the previous system. The taxpayer is already footing the bill for the railways in a very broken and inefficient model. Passengers are paying the price and the taxpayers are getting very poor value for money. These reforms will allow us to demonstrate that we can get better bang for our buck and deliver a better service for passengers as well. Thanks. Harry from ITV.
Thank you very much.
You're not on holiday.
Not on holiday, not today. The latest stats I've been looking at suggest that around 2% of all journeys in the UK are made by rail.
Yeah.
Why are you focusing so much attention on a service that not that many people seem to use on a day-to-day basis? And secondly, rail operators say that this proposal is a political one, not a practical one. Is this a pro-business proposal?
So it's true that the vast majority of people don't rely on the railways on a day-to-day basis, but the railways do serve our economy to the tune of billions of pounds every year, both by moving goods and people around the country. And although, you know, people who don't rely on it, they understand that our railways are broken, that they're simply not working at the moment. And as I say, we're not getting good bang for our buck as the taxpayer. That's why we are so committed to this bold reform, because we cannot allow the current system to continue any longer, so badly failing passengers, the economy and the taxpayer. Now, I've seen the criticism from the rail operators, but the problem is they can't defend the current system. The Tories have promised reform for 4 years now and have failed to progress it. So the choice is between the failing status quo or the bold reform that Labour has on offer. And we're not ideological about this. We are encouraging working with the private sector, both through open access, with freight and in the wider supply chain, which is why these plans today have encouraged endorsement from a really wide range of industry experts, including Keith Williams, who was the architect of the Tories' reforms. Thank you. Jennifer from the BBC.
Hiya. Passengers are worried about affordability and reliability. If there's so much money being wasted, why can't you commit to cheaper tickets? And also on reliability, what are you going to do to end the strikes? Can you commit to improving pay and conditions?
Thank you. So I can't today set out that we will lower fares, not least because they are incredibly complex and the regulation needs reform as well. But we have said that we will simplify them, that will make them more accessible, more transparent and more trustworthy for passengers. At the moment, passengers have to contend with a dizzying array of different types of tickets and fares, and it means they simply don't trust that they're getting the best value for the journey. That's why we have things like split save, that means that you have to buy different components of the journey in order to get better value. We will deliver a best fare guarantee so that people can always trust that they're getting the lowest fare for their journey, just as people currently experience with Transport for London when they tap in and tap out of the system. And obviously our ambition would be to make fares far more affordable, but we really think that one of the things that's keeping passengers off the railways at the moment is the fact that they simply don't trust or understand the way fares are modelled, and that's why simplification is our first priority. Fraser from LBC.
Thank you. You say this will be a gradual approach within 5 years as contracts expire. Is that then fair to say that it would be a second Labour term before we can see any real change, you know, where all of the system is joined up, as you say?
Thank you. So we have a very clear plan to deliver these reforms within the first Labour term. Every single one of the remaining private operators, and there are 10 that aren't currently under public ownership under the operator of last resort, either their full contract expires or their core term comes to an end within the first term of a Labour government. So we'll commit to legislation to establish Great British Railways, and all those operations will be folded into Great British Railways well within the first term. But as I said, our plans are twofold, and from day one we'll be bringing every partner together under a strategic partnership, a shadow Great British Railways, to start delivering a reform. Because we believe, and many in the industry believe, that the current government have been hiding behind the fact that they've not legislated to say that improvements can't be made. We believe that we can drive basic improvements from day one, and that customers will start to begin to see improvements very early on in a Labour government. Catherine from GB News.
Thank you. This is obviously a big announcement. Sir Keir Starmer, when he became leader, obviously had plans to nationalise utilities as well. Is this going to be the one thing that gets nationalised? Might you be tempted to nationalise water, given the unbelievable state of affairs at Thames Water, the leaks, sewage, etc.?
Thank you. Well, I think what the plans today and other plans that we've set out in areas shows that where the settlement isn't working, we're prepared to take the tough action that is needed. We have, as I have set out, you know, ironclad, and Rachel Reeves has repeatedly said, ironclad fiscal rules, and these reforms are within them because we won't have to pay compensation when the railway operations contracts expire. Water is a different settlement because we would have to nationalise the business, and it could cost the taxpayer billions of pounds. And in the constrained fiscal environment, we don't think that's immediately the right priority. Instead, we would set out plans for regulation and for tough legislation, criminal sanctions on water directors who dump sewage in our waters, and regulation to ensure that they invest in infrastructure, and it's the water companies that pay the price, not consumers. But we also have plans for publicly owned Great British Energy to act as a challenger to the energy market as well. So I think what these plans and wider reforms demonstrate is that where it's the pragmatic and right thing to do, both for users and the taxpayer, we will take those steps, but we're not ideological about it. Gareth from The Telegraph.
Good morning, thank you. Yeah, you've spoken quite a bit about simplifying fares, making it more digital, introducing automatic delay repay refunds and a best price guarantee similar to how the TfL Oyster card system works. This is all very digital heavy and is going to rely on apps and digital technology. Yet there are still tens of millions of people who choose to buy railway tickets in paper form, older people who may not necessarily be comfortable using modern smartphone apps. How are these systems going to work for those who aren't using all these fancy-down digital technologies?
Oh, absolutely, and you could see from the backlash against the government's attempts to close almost every ticket office in the country how dear those tickets and the staff that serve them are to millions of customers across the country, not just the elderly, but people with disabilities and people with additional needs. It's really important that our stations and staff are, and stations and trains are staffed. So we've got no plans at all to change the level of workforce or staffing availability. And these reforms that we're setting out are already available on parts of the network. That is what is so dysfunctional about the current system, that innovations like digital season tickets have been able to be delivered on certain operators, but the rest of the network simply will not deliver them, despite attempts from the Department for Transport and indeed former Secretaries of State. So that's why we are setting out plans for a unified, simplified network that means that these innovations can be trialled, and where they work for the passenger, they can be made sure that they are available to everyone fairly across the country. And finally, Sophia from the Mirror.
Hi, so just off the back of that, I just wanted to just double check on that point. So can you absolutely guarantee that ticket offices will never be closed if Labour gets into power? And then just a quick second one, how will your plans improve the experience of disabled people on the railways?
Thank you. Well, we have absolutely no plans to close ticket offices or to change the staffing levels on the railways. And in terms of accessibility, it's really important, and one of our key metrics that Great British Railways will be held to account on, both by the Secretary of State and by the passenger watchdog, is accessibility. Far too much of our network is not accessible to disabled users, and they often feel very overlooked. That's why it's one of our top metrics and priorities to hold them to account. And the passenger watchdog will be given tough new powers to sanction Great British Railways if they don't meet those metrics and those objectives. Thank you ever so much for joining us this morning to launch Labour's plans to get Britain moving, and I'm off to catch my train. Thank you.
So that press conference wrapping up out there in London as the UK Shadow Transport Secretary giving a railways announcement. All of this amid our own Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg making an airline announcement. And on the left side of your screen, top stories we're following this Thursday morning here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:27 on the East Coast, giving you a live look, southern Israel looking into Gaza. We're going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we're following some breaking news as it relates to the conflict in the Middle East. We'll be right back with the details. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning, now at 8:30 on the East Coast, as we continue with your top stories and headlines this morning, giving you that live look out southern Israel looking into Gaza, as we are following breaking news headlines this morning. With the Israel-Hamas War escalating, tensions across the Middle East and around the world are underway. A senior Hamas official laying out what he says it will take for the group to establish a ceasefire. Fox News' Gary Buncarden reporting now on the very latest.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu still says a ground invasion into the southern Gaza city of Rafah is critical to eliminating the remaining Hamas strongholds in the region. This as a senior Hamas official speaking to the Associated Press in Turkey reveals the terror group is ready to continue ceasefire negotiations.
If they can't finish Hamas off, what is the solution? The solution is to go to consensus. We have repeatedly offered the establishment of a fully sovereign Palestinian state.
Hamas says it is willing to agree to a 5-year or longer truce with Israel, adding it would lay down its weapons and transform into a political party, but that's if an independent Palestinian state is formed. This would include territory in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. Israeli officials are not expected to entertain this idea, especially with more than 100 hostages still in Hamas captivity.
Until Hamas releases our hostages, the IDF will continue to pursue Hamas.
If we are not assured the war will end, why would I hand over the prisoners?
But anger over the lack of progress surrounding the hostages' release is boiling over. Police arresting protesters Wednesday night outside the home of Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem. Demonstrators lit fires in the street as hundreds demanded the government do more to secure the hostages' freedom. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much for that update. Right now, giving you a live look out in New York City, now at 8:32 on the East Coast. And we know the conflict out in the Middle East has trickled over here to the U.S. Columbia University students weighing in on the ongoing protests at their school and how it sparked walkouts on other college campuses across the U.S. Fox News correspondent Connor Hansen joining us now with the very latest from New York.
Tensions running high on Columbia University's campus. Students are divided over the growing pro-Palestine protests and encampment in the middle of campus.
This is not surprising at all. The U.S. has a long history of student protests.
I would like to see these students arrested, suspended, expelled, whatever needs to happen.
Two protesters told us they want the university to divest from companies connected to Israel and would like to see the encampment continue.
I would say the encampment is calling for complete amnesty, and that includes a removal of NYPD from campus.
House Speaker Mike Johnson visited Columbia's campus and met with Jewish students who say they feel threatened and unsafe. He called for the university's president to resign.
Today, Hamas issued an endorsement statement of the protesters on this campus. They called them the future leaders of America. It is detestable.
Johnson was not well received. One Jewish student called his classmates' actions disrespectful.
If we want to really build peace and make solutions, we have to work together. They're trying to come here in good faith to resolve the conflicts we have, and I think this is unacceptable.
A Jewish senior at Columbia described the mental and emotional toll of the harassment.
You know, people were calling for students to come and harass me in the middle of the night, which they did. So, yeah, it's been difficult.
As the encampment continues here at Columbia University, similar protests are happening at colleges across the country. At the University of Texas, police were brought in to clear crowds, and they arrested dozens of people. In New York, Connor Hansen, Fox News.
Connor, thank you so much for that update, giving you another live look out in New York City. One of the many cameras we have here on Live Now from Fox, a beautiful shot now at 8:34 on the East Coast. And as we continue to talk about international conflicts and conflict that's trickling over to the U.S., right now I want to actually take you all out to Brussels, Belgium, where early this morning the EU Commission held a briefing out in Brussels discussing international conflict and giving updates as it relates to to the war, conflicts as it relates to people denying the Holocaust happened. Also giving updates related to European economy. We see the person walking to the podium. Let's listen in.
Bonjour et bienvenue à notre réunion de midi. Nous sommes aujourd'hui le jeudi 25 avril. Nous avons une annonce pour vous. En effet, nous accueillons aujourd'hui en salle de presse un groupe d'étudiants français en droit des consommateurs. Bienvenue à vous tous à notre midday briefing et nous vous souhaitons d'être entrés en visite de l'institution européenne et de la ville de Bruxelles aussi, j'espère. Donc, merci d'être là. And this is all for our announcements today. We can now move to your questions. Just a reminder also for our interpreters and transcript teams, it would be great if you could say your name and the media outlet for which you work before asking your question. Please go ahead.
Hi, thanks, Ariana. It's Maria Zornoza, Público and Deutsche Welle. I know that you don't comment on domestic and internal issues, but I'm wondering what is the reaction of the European Commission after the decision of Prime Minister Sánchez of taking a time off to think about the future, and if you are concerned about the increasing level of polarization in politics, in Spanish politics, society, and also in the judicial system. Thank you.
Thank you. As you have rightly said, this is a national political matter and we're not going to comment on it. Other questions for us today? One from remote, Mose?
Yes, thank you, Ariana. I would like to come back to a question which was raised yesterday about the media incident concerning General Robert Brigger, who is the chairperson of EU's military committee. He had posted something on Facebook last year in reply to a known Holocaust denier. And I think it's more related to the European External Action Service, because in his role as chairperson is also the military advisor of High Representative Borrell, and he also attends obviously all Foreign Affairs Council meetings. And it seems also there is a member of the parliament who raised a question and requested a review of his role. So my question now is, maybe it's for Peter, if High Representative Borrell intends to talk to this journal and ask for clarification about his very controversial post, or if he still has trust in him. Thank you.
Thank you, Mose, and thank you, Mose. As you know, and as I said it yesterday already, we take this issue extremely seriously. The HRVP is seeking further clarifications because we do believe that all forms of Holocaust denial, distortion are totally unacceptable, and that there is no place for hate in the EU. What I can tell you more than what I said already yesterday is that the HRVP has already received a letter from the chair of the EU Military Committee explaining the circumstances. The HRVP will be replying to this letter in due time.
Thank you very much, Nabila. Are there other questions on this matter? No. Are there other questions on foreign affairs? No hand raised either. Thank you. Other questions for us today on other matters? Not the case? Sorry, Sabina, I had missed you almost. Go ahead.
Sorry, very specific question. I wonder if you have a comment on the letter from some mayors of many cities in Europe: Bologna, Florence, Milan, Amsterdam, Brussels. The letter was published today on the Financial Times. They criticize initiative promoted in Italy, in specific in the reform of the highway code in the United Kingdom. They could prevent cities and municipalities from implementing road safety measures. is very specific, as I told you. But if you have a comment, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabina. I'm looking at my colleagues. I'm not sure that we have spotted this letter before. Therefore, I'm afraid we will need a bit of time to look into it before being able to get back to you. If it relates to highways, then Adelbert and his team will be back bilaterally with an answer to your question later in the course of today. Mose, you have another question for us from remote always.
Yes, thanks again. If no one else has more questions, I would like to ask another question about European Parliament's resolution yesterday on the rule of law in Hungary. It was quite critical also against the Commission, and I wonder if you have any reaction to that. For example, they recommended the Commission to reassess its decision last December to disperse funding to Hungary, and also they asked if the Commission could see if it's possible to to work more with local, regional authorities or NGOs in Hungary instead of the government when it comes to implementing EU-funded projects. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking at my colleagues. It might be a question for more than one of them. Let's see if Christian can already help us with it. On the decision of December, I think the reasons for the decision are based on the facts, and we have explained them a number of times in this press room, but of course Christian might have more to add.
Yes, I mean, not too much, I must say. You know, Mose, that there are formal channels to which we reply to resolutions. I would not necessarily react here from the podium. On the decision from last December, I think we've been very, very clear. I can just recall once again that when taking such a decision, the Commission is bound by the strict timelines and conditions set out in the applicable union legislation, and Hungary had submitted all the evidence the Commission had required to show the independence of its judiciary. The Commission therefore was under legal obligation to adopt this decision. I mean, this is our established position, and on the question of the funds, this would be rather for one of my colleagues. I don't know if we have anything specific to say.
Thank you very much. Depending on the funding, my colleagues would have maybe more to add, either Stefan or Virle. If you have specific questions, you can address them to them bilaterally later, perhaps. But I think in general, we work with the relevant level of authorities. We work, of course, with central governments of our member states, but we are also sometimes in contact with more local authorities. It really depends on the type of projects that are being funded. Other questions relating to rule of law for Christian or on other matters he usually follows? Not the case. Thank you very much, Christian. Other questions for us today? Sabina, go ahead.
It's on competition. I just wonder if you can confirm that, there is a meeting expected today with Italian Finance Minister Giorgetti and Vice President Vestager. I just wonder if you can confirm that the ITA-Lufthansa dossier will be a topic of discussion, and if you can give us an update on that. Thank you.
Thank you. This would be for Lea.
Yes, thanks for the question. Indeed, I can confirm that the meeting is taking place today between EVP Vestager and Minister Giorgetti, and indeed the ITA-Lufthansa ongoing merger case will be discussed.
Thank you, Lea. You have a follow-up?
And no other updates for us on the discussion? Okay, thank you.
Not sure if it was on the microphone. Lea said no other updates.
No other updates, not for the moment. Yes.
Not for the moment. Okay, so the phase 2 investigation is ongoing indeed. Other questions relating to this merger assessment that is ongoing? No other questions on competition for Lea? Not the case either. Thank you, Lea. Other questions for us today? Not the case. So thank you very much. I wish you a nice afternoon, and we'll see you tomorrow for our midday press briefing. Of course, thank you to the interpreters and all colleagues. Goodbye.
So the EU Commission wrapping up this briefing to answer media questions. A look there in Brussels, Belgium, and on the right side of your screen, other top stories we're following. Breaking news as it relates to conflicts in the Middle East with Israel and Hamas. And then we're looking ahead to the 9 o'clock hour as we are already told former President Donald Trump is en route to that Manhattan courthouse. As you know, that Trump hush money trial does resume in New York at 9:30 this morning. Hopefully we can get some comment from him before he enters into the courtroom. The time now 8:45 on the East Coast. We're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in now at 8:47 on the East Coast. I'm Jeanne Francine. For those of you that are sports fans and thought I forgot that the NFL draft was happening tonight, I did not. Right now, we're going to get into the very latest of it, a live look there as preparations are underway in Detroit. We know the 2024 NFL draft kicks off today. The action from Detroit starts with round 1 and finishes with rounds 4 through 7 on Saturday. In all, more than 250 players will be drafted over the course of 7 rounds. Joining us live this morning to break down all of the excitement and talk sports is AP sports writer Corey Long. Corey, always a pleasure having you here with us on Live Now from Fox. Good morning.
Good morning.
So an anticipated event, Corey, people looking to see who's going to go in that first round. Catch us up for those that have never seen a draft. What can they expect today?
Well, it's the excitement of a draft is it's interesting. You know, it's not obviously there's no action today. It's just going to be some names being called, but it's always exciting when there's new talent coming into the NFL, and this is a particularly exciting draft because it's a quarterback heavy draft, and this is a league that is completely driven by quarterback play. So, you know, when you look at the guys coming in the league, number 1 pick, I'm almost confident the Chicago Bears are going to take Caleb Williams out of USC. He was the top quarterback on everybody's board. He is one of the more dynamic players I've seen in college. It's a tremendous opportunity for that franchise to finally get it right at the quarterback position. I do believe, I'm pretty confident that the Heisman Trophy winner, Jaden Daniels, is going to go number 2 to the Washington Commanders. Jaden Daniels out of LSU. Jaden is another very dynamic player, had a tremendous season, both as a runner and as a passer. He brings a lot of skill set to the table. He's improved so much as a passer this year. And, for a franchise like Washington, which has new ownership, which is, trying to kind of turn the page from the Daniel Snyder days, bringing in a new quarterback, a new face of the franchise, it's going to be a big deal for them. And beyond that, you could have anywhere from 6 to 7 quarterbacks, even from 5 to 7 quarterbacks taken in the first round. It's really a quarterback heavy draft, and it's going to be the lion's share of the discussion today because quarterback is really the position that dominates the first round of this draft.
Would you say any current players need to be nervous? We've seen some teams that normally do well this season that barely scratched the surface, Corey, to say it nicely. Anyone that needs to be worried about their spot? Any teams that could come back on top this year with certain picks?
Well, I mean, I think, any team that drafts a quarterback, if you're a especially in the first round, if you're a quarterback in that organization, you should probably rent instead of buying because you're probably not going to be there very long. But yeah, I guess there's an interesting one out there. It's the Los Angeles Chargers. They have a franchise quarterback right now, but there's talk that Jim Harbaugh, the brand new coach, the former coach of the Michigan Wolverines, now leading the Chargers, is potentially going to be in a spot where he brings in where he drafts a quarterback. So, we'll see what happens there because, right now Justin Herbert is the quarterback there. They signed him to a multi-year deal. He's on a big contract. He's generally considered one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league, but you never know. That's the one interesting thing about a draft. With a new coach coming in there, looking at the entire roster, looking at what he wants to do, does Justin Herbert fit into what he wants to do? If not, you could see a massive trade situation there because they're probably not going to draft a quarterback at the number 5 position with Justin Herbert still on the roster and him not knowing. So if there was one player that, I said that I think, could possibly be a little interesting to watch is Justin Herbert of the Los Angeles Chargers, because I don't think the Chargers are going to draft a quarterback. They're going to trade down. I think they're going to try to build around him. But the problem is Jim Harbaugh is he's a wild card. If there was ever a wild card in this draft, it's the new Chargers coach.
Well, Corey, I appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox. It's a little bit earlier than when you join us on the weekends, but we appreciate you waking up for us. Exactly. Giving you your props, Corey. Thank you for waking up. Is there anything else you'd like to add before I let you go? I'm from Tennessee. I'm a Titans fan, but many people concerned about the Cowboys this season and how they're going to do. Any news you can share on that front before we let you go?
The Cowboys have 3 picks in the top 175. They've got a lot more holes than they do opportunities to fill them with young talent. So I think they're going to try to trade down and get a few more picks and see what they can do. But they're not in a good leverage position right now. Not only, in terms of what they've got to do with signing Dak Prescott or figuring out that contract situation, but they don't have a lot of picks to really stock their foundation with young talent right now. So I think they're kind of in an all or nothing situation. Let's see. Well, you're Titans fans. Let's see. I think Tennessee is picking at number 7. I don't think they're going to go with a quarterback. I think they like their quarterback situation. So we'll see. I think they could use some playmakers. Maybe they get a wide receiver for you. Someone that can run the ball, someone that can catch the ball, So, I hope for something for you. I'll keep an eye out on the Titans for you.
Thank you. You always look out. I feel like the team has struggled ever since Eddie George left. That was years ago. So keeping hope alive for the Titans. I am a Tennessee native, so we got to root for the home team. Corey, as always, truly a pleasure speaking with you, talking sports. You enjoy the rest of your day. I'll be checking back in with you. Of course, probably speaking to you this weekend. Thank you so much.
Take care, Jeanette.
Now at 8:54 on the East Coast, giving you a live look out in Detroit. And Corey gave you all that great synopsis, so you know what to look forward to as everything kicks off later today. You can see preparations underway, a live look there in Detroit, as I just mentioned. Let's go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, and I'm getting some new live feeds coming through as it relates to former President Donald Trump. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Thursday morning, April 25th, now at 8:57 on the East Coast, or as I like to call Thursdays, Friday Eve. Gives you a little excitement as the weekend is just days away. Right now, you're getting a live look inside of this Manhattan courtroom. We've already seen the former President Donald Trump en route. He has arrived, from what we've been told, now just waiting to come up inside and get on this level. You can see the media. They are in position on the other side of that barricade, simply because the former president sometimes speaks to the media before entering the courtroom, and if he doesn't, he'll speak as he's exiting. So as we continue to monitor this shot, I want to go back a few hours when we first came on the air this morning around 5:55 on the East Coast. We know the former president spoke to some construction workers and union members in Midtown Manhattan. This hours before this Trump hush money trial. He addressed several things: the gag order, how he's doing in the polls. He even has some choice words for current President Joe Biden. Take a listen. So you can see the former president there signing those Make America Great Again hats and taking some selfies, and then you see him turning. Now he's about to walk over and speak to the media. Let's continue to watch and listen in.
have a lot of support. I hear the Teamsters, I've done a lot of work with Teamsters. I built a lot of buildings with the Teamsters, and they like me, a lot of Teamsters here. And it's an amazing show of affection, but we did a great job.
You're here in New York City, you're talking with these members. Do you think that maybe change the lines like we're like one Democrats?
I think these may be more Democrats, but for me they're a Republican. There's not a Democrat in there. These are people. Look at that building. Look what we can do. We built a lot of great buildings in the city with these people, and they've given me great support. They're really amazing. They're very, very talented people. They don't get the credit for it. They have very few people can do what they do. We used to do 3 floors a week in concrete, and it was guys like this that did it. So it's very amazing.
Did you know about the? You thought of David's testimony so far from the last night?
No, he's been very nice. David's been very nice. He's a nice guy.
Did you know, Mr. President? Did you know?
What's that? Well, we have a big case today. This judge isn't allowing me to go. We have a big case today in the Supreme Court on presidential immunity. A president has to have immunity. If you don't have immunity, you just have a ceremonial president. You won't have a.
Did you know about the payments?
So we have a big, very big case going.
Did you know about the payments?
Very talented, very smart. They know what to do. They're going to be very.
Did you know about the payments of Stormy Daniels?
Very close in New York, I understand, and we're leading in the country by a lot. Poll just came out a little while ago, as you saw yesterday, that we're up in every swing state and up by a lot in every swing state. So I think we're going to do very well, and we're going to make a play for New York. They said, I just heard there was a very good poll came out. Normally, a Democrat will win New York. Biden is the worst president in history, and we have some very bad people here, but we have the greatest people, and they're right behind me. And they all want us to run, and we're gonna run very hard in New York. New York, we have a good chance of winning New York, in my opinion, but we're gonna give it a shot. We're gonna give it a shot. Oh, I have no idea. They've taken my constitutional right away with a gag order. That's all it is. It's election interference. This whole thing is election interference. So the polls have just come out, and I just got another sample. We're leading every swing state by a lot, and we're leading the nation by a lot. He's the worst president in the history of our country. He makes Jimmy Carter look great. Jimmy Carter is very happy because his presidency was brilliant by comparison. But this is the worst president we've ever had. He's destroying our country. Close the borders. You can do it in one phone call. You can close the borders. Close up the borders, Joe. Our country's going to hell.
Mr. President, did you know about the payments of Stormy Daniels before the 2020 election?
So those were the comments from this morning. The former president making that campaign stop before court today, the hush money trial that does resume at 9:30 this morning. Just wanted to play out both of those remarks for you as we work to keep you informed here on Live Now from Fox. And as of right now, fast forwarding to right now, that was earlier today, now at 9:05 on the East Coast. This is a live look inside of that Manhattan courtroom. We are told the former president has arrived. He just hasn't come up yet. And again, we are waiting to see if, in fact, the former president will speak to the media. As we work to keep you informed on all topics here on Live Now, giving you a live look out in Gaza as we transition to the latest headlines as it relates to conflict in the Middle East. And just before I switch to this shot, there were plumes of smoke showing some missile strikes underway out there. We do have some breaking news headlines to share with you after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. A live look out southern Israel, looking into a hazy Gaza now at 9:08 on the East Coast. We are following breaking news this morning as it relates to the Israel-Hamas war. A top Hamas political official telling our content partners at the Associated Press the Islamic militant group Hamas willing to agree to a truce of 5 years or more with Israel, and that it would lay down its weapons and convert into a political party if an independent Palestinian state is established along pre-1967 borders. A senior Hamas official laying that out in what he says will take for the group to establish a ceasefire. Fox News' Gary Baumgarten joining us now to report on the very latest.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu still says a ground invasion into the southern Gaza city of Rafah is critical to eliminating the remaining Hamas strongholds in the region. This as a senior Hamas official speaking to the Associated Press in Turkey reveals the terror group is ready to continue ceasefire negotiations.
If they can't finish Hamas off, what is the solution? The solution is to go to consensus. We have repeatedly offered the establishment of a fully sovereign Palestinian state.
Hamas says it is willing to agree to a 5-year or longer truce with Israel, adding it would lay down its weapons and transform into a political party, but that's if an independent Palestinian state is formed. This would include territory in the West Bank, East Jerusalem, and Gaza. Israeli officials are not expected to entertain this idea, especially with more than 100 hostages still in Hamas captivity.
Until Hamas releases our hostages, the IDF will continue to pursue Hamas.
If we are not assured the war will end, why would I hand over the prisoners?
But anger over the lack of progress surrounding the hostages' release is boiling over. Police arresting protesters Wednesday night outside the home of Prime Minister Netanyahu in Jerusalem. Demonstrators lit fires in the street as hundreds demanded the government do more to secure the hostages' freedom. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Gary, thank you so much for that update. Again, giving you a live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza as the fighting continues, surpassing the 200-day mark. As we continue to bring you the very latest as it relates to this conflict, we know moments ago the Israeli government held their daily briefing, giving an update on the Middle East conflict, also giving an update on the hostage situation. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom and Chag Sameach, Mo'adim V'Simcha. And I'm David Mensa, Israeli government spokesman. Today is Thursday, the 25th of April, 2024. Day 202 of this war started on October 7th when Hamas massacred Israelis, Jews, Muslims and Christians in an unparalleled, inhumane attack. Taking more than 250 people hostage, our war aims remain the same: to destroy Hamas's military and political capabilities, to free our 133 hostages and ensure that Gaza doesn't pose a threat to Israel and the civilized world in the future. I want to draw your attention to three important issues today. Firstly, on the global rise of Jew hatred. Yesterday evening, the Prime Minister spoke out with unprecedented comments on the rise of anti-Semitism. I will not repeat his entire comments here, which are available on his website, but I want to highlight a quote or two. The Prime Minister said, quote, "What's happening on America's college campuses is horrific. Anti-Semitic mobs have taken over leading universities. They call for the annihilation of Israel. They attack Jewish students. They attack Jewish faculty. This is reminiscent of what happened in German universities in the 1930s. It is unconscionable. It has to be stopped. It has to be condemned, and condemned unequivocally. But that's not what's happened. The response of several university presidents was shameful," end quote. The Prime Minister went on to highlight the irony that while Israel faces Iran and its terror proxies with clearly stated genocidal intent, the Prime Minister said, quote, "It is Israel that's falsely accused of genocide. Israel that is falsely accused of starvation and war crimes. It's all one big libel." The Prime Minister made a final plea to, quote, "Jews and non-Jews alike who are concerned with our common future and our common values to do one thing: to stand up, to speak up, to be counted, to stop anti-Semitism now." Next, on the UNRWA-Hamas link, which was downplayed in the recent Colonna report at the United Nations, we would like to draw your attention to the following points. The Gaza operation over the last 202 days, over 6 months, has revealed a wealth of new intelligence gleaned from millions of confiscated documents. First, the involvement of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, employees in the October 7th massacre. Second, the deep and systemic infiltration by those terror organizations, particularly Hamas, into the ranks of UNRWA. Now, these documents reveal that a significant share of UNRWA's employees in Gaza serve in the ranks of Hamas and other terror organizations. Almost 500 of them in military positions, at least 18 school principals. School principals, the most trusted, amongst the most trusted people in society. School principals in Gaza, members of Hamas's military wing. Over 30 UNRWA facilities have been found to contain terror infrastructures such as tunnel shafts. We've already shared this with you, but Hamas operated a high-end server farm directly under UNRWA's Gaza headquarters with communication and electricity cables connecting both compounds. Look, this point has to be made and cannot be made often enough. It is not a case of a few rotten apples, as the Colonna report makes clear. It is a huge, rotten Hamas orchard. Israel provided UNRWA with information on members of Hamas that are employed by the agency before October the 7th, but no action was ever taken. We have shared this with UNRWA's High Commissioner, Philip Lazzarini, and with the Secretary General, and the former French Foreign Minister, Catherine Colonna. The often repeated claim that Israel did not share information on the UNRWA-Hamas nexus is entirely false. The very fact that this compelling evidence, literally a smoking Hamas gun, has been so downplayed proves that UNRWA in Gaza is beyond repair, like an alcoholic that refuses to believe he has a problem. Here are more compelling points. Unlike most of the donor governments, UNRWA, like the UN itself, does not regard Hamas as a terrorist organization. Let me repeat that UNRWA and the UN does not regard Hamas as a terrorist organization. Unbelievable. This is not the case for ISIS and Al-Qaeda. As recently as February 2024, UN Under-Secretary General for Humanitarian Affairs, Martin Griffiths, proudly stated that Hamas is not a terrorist group for us. As you know, it's a political movement. I think the victims of October the 7th would beg to differ. All of this is bad enough. But how's this for incompetence and inefficiency? For a period of 6 weeks in February and March 2024, this year, UNRWA didn't make a single request, not a single request, to take aid to the north of Gaza where it was needed most, failing in its duty. Instead, the food relief was brought by other actors such as the private sector and other UN agencies and international NGOs. Look, reforms will not change the basic fact that UNRWA in Gaza is the only UN entity in the world which runs a state-like enterprise, employing 13,000 local staff members, managed by a small number of international staff in an area controlled by a terrorist organization with a genocidal agenda. Israel believes that UNRWA must be replaced in Gaza without hampering the humanitarian effort. And now a final point. Hamas terrorists running Gaza have repeatedly demonstrated that it prioritizes terror over the well-being of Gazan civilians. It exploits them as human shields and views a humanitarian crisis as an integral part of their war strategy. We believe that, unfortunately, the UN's and UNRWA's leadership have chosen to understate the severity of this unprecedented scandal, leading to what might go down as one of the biggest whitewashes in the history of the United Nations. International governments seeking to build up life for ordinary Gazans, for more schools, for more hospitals, for better roads, for better infrastructure, a future for Gazans to build on, must not fall back into the lying arms of UNRWA. Finally, for an update from COGAT, which coordinates humanitarian aid into Gaza. 352 aid trucks went into Gaza yesterday. 7 trucks via the fence road to northern Gaza. 16 trucks via the Jordanian route and 12 trucks through Ashdod port. 104 pallets were airdropped over northern Gaza. And finally, we say to UNRWA's High Commissioner, Philip Lazzarini, who yesterday finally recognized only 310 trucks entering Gaza. Philip, why can't you just tell the truth? Just in the week of October 7th, an average of 350 trucks entered Gaza daily. Those 310 trucks you refer to have been sitting inside Gaza for days, waiting for your employees to collect them. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now happily take your questions, which you should put in the chat with your news outlet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. First question from Joe Polak, Breitbart News. Is the Israeli government disappointed that President Biden appeared to equivocate on the anti-Semitism on U.S. college campuses by saying that he condemned those who did not understand the protesters?
So that sounds like a question for President Biden himself. All of us here in Israel are very, very clear that unfortunately these marches for Palestinians have unfortunately in the majority of cases been marches of Jew hate. They've been marches in favor of Hamas, sadly. There haven't been marches in favor of coexistence or of bringing people together or of an end to violence or of calling for the release of our 133 hostages. We haven't seen that in any of those marches. Those marches have been quite clear. I think governments around the world have come to the understanding that these aren't peaceful protests. These are, unfortunately, in the majority of cases, Hamas supporting protests, and they must be stood up to. Thank you. Next question, please.
Second question from Joe Polak. Did Hamas's video of Hirsch Goldberg backfire by giving new hope to Israelis that the hostages are still alive and might be rescued or freed?
Thank you for that question, Joel. We won't be commenting on Hamas's further attempt at psychological warfare. It's psychological torture, not only for the poor hostages who are held in the Hamas terror dungeons, but it's psychological torture for their parents and their families and their friends and all of us here in Israel. It is psychological torture. There's no other word for it. I think that the overwhelming image which I'm left with is the dignity of that poor boy's parents, John and Rachel, the way that they held themselves, the dignity with which they have continued to fight for the release of their son together with their son Hirsch, together with all of the hostages. I think that's the overwhelming message, the only overwhelming feeling which Israelis will come away with. But let's not share that video. Let's not give any victory to Hamas's psychological terror on people here, on all right-thinking people here. This is a dastardly act. All of these hostages must be released right now. And I think it's very important to be clear, as Secretary of State Blinken, the US Secretary of State, has said extremely clearly, you cannot doubt, it is Hamas that is dragging their feet. It is Hamas that continues to walk away from the table. It is Hamas that refuses to let our people go. They must be let go right now. Thank you. Next question, please.
Thank you. Question from Jim Williams, Zenger News. How recent does the government feel the video of Hirsch Goldberg Poland might be?
Thank you very much for that question, Jim. So, as with all questions of the hostages, lives hang in the balance. Lives literally hang in the balance. So we won't be revealing any of our intelligence on those videos. But I say again, as I said in my previous message, I would point you to the dignity of Hirsch's parents, John and Rachel, who can not help but be moved by the way which they have held themselves and campaigned for the release of their son. Next question, please.
Question from Fred Eager, Interplanetary Television. Certain Hamas officials claim that they will disarm Hamas's military arm if Israel agrees to a return of pre-1967 borders. Do you confirm the validity of such statement, and what is your response?
Thank you, Fred, for that question. The only thing that we know which has been effective with Hamas is harsh military pressure, harsh military offensives. That's what got our initial more than 110 hostages released in the initial round of hostage releases. Look, Hamas is a dastardly terrorist organization whose charter very clearly states that it wants to annihilate Israel. I would simply point you to the fact that the War Cabinet meets right now to discuss how to destroy the last vestiges, the last quarter of Hamas's battalions in Rafah and elsewhere in Gaza. They're meeting right now. They're feeling the pressure, and what a surprise, they're starting to make pseudo-conciliatory remarks. We're not going to fall for it. I don't think anyone in the world would fall for it. This is a genocidal, murderous organization, and there is only one answer to tyrants and terrorism. They must be defeated. This country will defeat the final vestiges of Hamas in Gaza. We will bring back our hostages. We will destroy Hamas both politically and militarily. And we will ensure that Hamas and Gaza never ever poses a threat to our civilization, but to any civilization ever again. Next question, please.
Question from Pierre Human, Swiss Weekly. The UN says that Israel has not presented proof for the Hamas connection. Has Israel presented any proof for that link, and which proof has it delivered?
Thank you very much for that question, Philippa. I'm not clear which connection, which Hamas connection you are thinking of. Is there anything else in the question that would point to which Hamas question?
To UNRWA.
Hamas to UNRWA. Well, Philippe, I think that you do need a strong pair of glasses if you can't see the link between Hamas and UNRWA. Just the simple fact that underneath UNRWA's headquarters in Gaza was a Hamas server farm, a computer server farm, where they fed electricity from and where there were cables going between the two buildings. We know that Hamas employees, teachers for heaven's sake, took part in the massacre of October the 7th. I provided many links today in my briefing about the Hamas UNRWA connection. We just can't. All of us here in Israel are at a loss to understand how anyone can think there is any possible future for an organization like UNRWA, which is just a front for Hamas. I think with the best will in the world, if you want a better future for Palestinians, not the future not the past which they've had since 1948, if you want a more sustainable future for the ordinary Gazans, not for Hamas, if you want a better future for the younger people, for them to have something to look forward to protect their lives, to build their lives, to better themselves, then, thinking that UNRWA is part of that resolution is just ridiculous. UNRWA have kept Palestinians in Gazans as victims. They've kept them downtrodden. They've filled their heads with ridiculous lies of returning to Haifa and Yaffo and Jaffa here in Israel and retaking the land of Israel. These are ridiculous fallacies. It's time to face up to the truth. Israelis overwhelmingly want to live in peace with all of their neighbors here. And I'm sure that Gazans must want the same thing, but they must be offered a better future, and UNRWA is part of its past, its destructive past, its terrorist-linked past, and we will no longer be able to live in a world with Hamas umbilically linked with UNRWA. That's no way for a sustainable future, and we will not have it. Thank you. Next question, please.
Question from Wire Davies, BBC News. It's all gone relatively quiet on the ceasefire talks front. As far as Israel is concerned, are those talks in effect or in danger of collapse or even over?
Thank you, Wira, for that question. I would simply point you to the fact, to Secretary of State Blinken's comments, the US Secretary of State, where he points the blame completely and solely at the feet of Hamas. They walk away from any potential deal, even though Israel has really gone to extreme efforts to try and get our people home. It is Hamas which walks away. And I'll tell you, Wira, another thing, that the reason why, part of the reason why that Hamas are emboldened is because they see those protests on the streets of London. They see press coverage which parrots Hamas talking points in an unquestioning manner. They are emboldened by other players in the region which seek to attack Israel. And that is why they keep walking away. When there are resolutions in the United Nations, which unfortunately were abstained by the US, that emboldens Hamas. They've said it quite clearly. When we've been on the brink of a potential deal, when Hamas see that there is this international support, and you hear this from Iranian spokespeople as well. You hear this very, very clearly. They are emboldened. They are empowered by these pro-Hamas marches around the world. We must stand up to this hatred, because we here in Israel understand that we're on the front line of this battle against civilization, this battle for democracy, this battle for freedom of religion, freedom of lifestyle, freedom, all the freedoms which we work hard to protect in Western democracies. Those are the freedoms which Hamas hate. We must stand up to their hatred. But I'll say once again that Israel will do whatever it can diplomatically to get our people home. Next question, please.
Question from Dan Williams, Reuters. Is the War Cabinet due to decide today on the authorization of the Rafah operation?
Thank you, Dan, for that question. The War Cabinet's discussions are ongoing. They've been ongoing since this morning, and they'll continue later today, and that's all that we can say on this matter. Thank you. Next question, please.
No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us here today. We'll have our next briefing on Monday. In the meantime, please stay safe, and thank you for joining us. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So that was the very latest from the Israeli government, giving that daily Israeli government briefing. They gave an update on conflict in the Middle East, the ongoing war, the Israel-Hamas war, and then also gave an update on the hostage situation. You're getting a live look there out in Tel Aviv, Israel, now at 9:32 on the East Coast. Now switching the shot to Gaza. Let's go ahead and go to a quick 2-minute commercial break. And when we do, coming back to some breaking news headlines we're following right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. We are following some breaking news this Thursday morning. Now at 9:35 on the East Coast, I want to give you a live look out in New York City as we are following breaking news headlines at this hour. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, New York's highest court today overturning Harvey Weinstein's 2020 rape conviction, finding the judge at the landmark #MeToo trial prejudiced the ex-movie mogul with egregious improper rulings, including a decision to let women testify about allegations that were not a part of the case. Quote from them, it says, "We conclude that the trial court erroneously admitted testimony of uncharged, alleged prior sexual acts against persons other than the complainants of the underlying crimes," end quote. That court decision coming down 4-3. The court's majority saying, quote, "It is an abuse of judicial discretion to permit untested allegations of nothing more than bad behavior that destroys a defendant's character, but sheds no light on their credibility as related to the criminal charges lodged against them," end quote. In a stinging dissent, Judge Madeline Singas wrote that the majority was whitewashing the facts to conform to a he said, she said narrative, and said the Court of Appeals was continuing a, quote, "disturbing trend of overturning juries' guilty verdicts in cases involving sexual violence." Weinstein, now at age 72, has been serving a 23-year sentence in a New York prison following his conviction on charges of criminal sex acts for forcibly performing oral sex on a TV and film production assistant back in 2006 and rape in the third degree for an attack on an expiring actress in 2013. We are told he will remain imprisoned because he was convicted in Los Angeles in 2022 of another rape and sentenced to 16 years in prison. Weinstein was acquitted in Los Angeles on charges involving one of the women who testified in New York. Again, this breaking news coming into our Live Now from Fox Studios, now 9:37 on the East Coast. A New York appeals court overturning Harvey Weinstein's 2020 rape conviction. Of course, as we get more developments into our Live Now from Fox Studio, you will be the first to know. Again, giving you a live look out in New York City. Again, 9:37 on the East Coast. And as we talk about New York, I want to transition to give you a live look inside of that Manhattan courtroom as it relates to the former president. We know that hush money trial now underway. Moments ago, he spoke to the media before entering the courtroom. Take a listen.
Mr. Trump, did you conspire to fake electors in Arizona? Mr. Trump, what do you think about Harvey Weinstein's conviction being overturned?
Thank you very much. As you probably have heard, some very big things have happened, but the biggest seems to be that the GDP just announces all the way down to 1.6%, and it's heading south. It's going to get worse. Gas prices in California were just also announced at $7.60. Gasoline is going way up. Energy costs are going way up. And the stock market is, in a sense, crashing. The numbers are very bad. This is Bidenomics. It's catching up with him. It's lucky that it's catching up before he leaves office as opposed to after he leaves office. But this is Bidenomics. It's destroying our country at the border, destroying our country with other countries. They no longer respect the United States. I think the dollar's in tremendous trouble in terms of currency. This is going to be the standard, and it's going to be the standard with me. With Biden, you're going to lose. The dollar is the standard. That'll be like losing the biggest war we've ever lost. And it's a shame, but it's all the way down to 1.6, and I'll tell you, nobody thought that would be possible, and it looks like it's heading down from there. So that's very bad news. This morning I met with great people, construction workers, some Teamsters, and other unions, and some not in unions, and we had a fantastic morning. You were there, some of the press was there. Great show of support. As you know, some tremendous polls came out over the last 24 hours where we're up in all of the swing states and up nationally. But one came out where we're down very little in traditionally isn't won by Republicans anymore. It used to be 50 years ago, but not anymore. And I think we have a good chance of winning New York. We're going to give it a big play. We're going to the South Bronx to do a rally. We're going to be doing a rally at Madison Square Garden, we believe. We think we're signing Madison Square Garden to do it. We're going to have a big rally honoring the police and honoring the firemen and everybody, honoring a lot of people, including teachers, by the way. We're honoring teachers because teachers have been very badly maligned with some very poor leadership. But we'll be honoring the people that make New York work, and we'll be doing a number of large rallies. It'll be very exciting. But we think we have a real good chance of winning New York. And again, the swing states, we're leading in every one of them, and by a lot, not just by a little, by a lot. But the big news today, I think, is the 1.6%. When you look at 1.6 GDP, that's a number that nobody thought was possible. That's a real bad number. And it looks like the projections are heading in the wrong direction. And that's why the stock market's down so big today. So in the meantime, I'm at this trial. My constitutional rights have been taken away from me. But every single expert, every legal scholar, every respected scholar has said this is no case. There is no case here. This is just a political witch hunt. Thank you very much.
How are you feeling about the Supreme Court argument in the trial? Are you making anything to see the argument today?
I think that the Supreme Court has a very important argument before it today. I would have loved to have been there, but this judge would not allow that to happen. I should be there, but he wouldn't allow it to happen. I think he puts himself above the Supreme Court, which is unfortunate, isn't it? But the argument on immunity is very important. The president has to have immunity. This has nothing to do with me. This has to do with a president in the future, for 100 years from now. If you don't have immunity, you're not going to do anything. You're going to become a ceremonial president. You're just going to be doing nothing. You're not going to take any of the risks, both good and bad. I mean, you're going to make some great decisions and save the country, and you're going to make some decisions which are unfortunate, but that's the way it is. But you're not going to do anything if you don't have immunity, because otherwise you're going to be prosecuted after you leave office for doing something like going into an area, going into a country, doing lots of things that you wouldn't be doing. And we don't want a ceremonial president. We have to have a real president. And assuming you have the right person, that can make a big difference. You saw that for 4 years when I was president. We were respected all over the world. We had the best economy we've ever had. Everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. We had no nothing. But we were respected all over the world. And now it's a disgrace. We also, by the way, had the single best border ever in recorded history of our country. We had the best border ever. We built 571 miles of wall. We were going to build 200 more miles, far more than I said we were going to build. But we had a country that was respected, and now we have a country that's a joke. It's being laughed at all over the world, and you have riots at all the universities. The only place that's locked down is this courthouse, because they don't want any supporters here. They don't want MAGA here. They don't want anybody, and this thing is locked down like a buttoned-up vest, and it shouldn't be. If they did the same lockdown in Columbia, NYU, and the colleges and universities, you'd have no problem whatsoever. But there, you can put tents up, you can stay as long as you want. But this courthouse is locked down. There's not a person within 5 blocks. They have more police here than, and I call them New York's finest, because that's what they are. And they don't want to be doing this either. They'd like to be straightening out conditions, and they'd like to be at the colleges and making sure that they don't have what's happening, because what's happening at the colleges is a disgrace. All over the world, people are laughing at us. This is the worst run country right now, probably anywhere, just about. You don't get much worse. We have a president who's a disaster. We have a president who's the worst president in the history of our country. All you have to do is look at the millions of people coming in from prisons, from mental institutions, and terrorists. They're coming in at levels we've never seen before. So I'm going to go in now and sit in front of a case, election interference. This is the way they think they're going to get elected. But I guess, based on what I'm looking at, it's driving up my poll numbers, not driving them down. Thank you very much.
What did you guys charge in Arizona, Mr. President? When was the last time you spoke with Mark Meadows? Does Boris still work for you?
So those were comments from former President Donald Trump before he walked into the courtroom for the hush money trial, and it's dueling trials today for the former president. As we know, coming up at the 10 o'clock hour, the Supreme Court will hold a hearing on his immunity. My colleague Stephanie Quinn, you will be in the host seat to bring you that here on Live Now from Fox. As we continue to bring you top stories and headlines, we're going to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, you're getting a live look out in Detroit, as many of you all are football fans are looking ahead to the NFL draft. We'll be checking in with sports expert J.W. Stewart to get all of the latest as we are anticipating this big event tonight. More details when we come back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Good morning to those of you all just now tuning in. Now at 9:48 on the East Coast, a live look out in Detroit, and you can see preparations underway for the 2024 NFL Draft, which does kick off today. The action from Detroit starts with round 1, finishing with rounds 4 through 7 Saturday. Now, in all, more than 250 players will be drafted over the course of these 7 rounds. Joining us live this morning to set the stage of the event later today is sports expert with the University of New Haven, J.W. Stewart. J.W., always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning to you.
Great to see you, Jeanne. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So for some people, this might be their first draft they ever get to watch, they ever get to experience. Set the stage for us. What can the viewers expect?
Well, it's a big spectacle. The first round of the NFL draft especially, this is a made for primetime TV experience. It starts at 8 o'clock tonight on the East Coast. It's slated for 3 hours. It'll take about 3 hours, maybe a little bit longer, to get through those 32 picks in the first round. The NFL draft has grown exponentially over the years. It used to be held in a smoky New York City hotel ballroom, and now it's been moved all over the United States. As you mentioned, it's in Detroit this year. It's in Green Bay next year. It was in Kansas City last year. They draw huge crowds in person, and they draw big TV ratings as well. In fact, last year's NFL draft, more than 54 million people watch it over the span of 3 days. And the ratings for the NFL draft continue to go up and up because it's really unscripted drama. And, you know, as if you're a fan of any team, you know, you want to see how your team's going to do. You don't know, with the exception of maybe the Bears tonight, you don't know who they're going to pick. Everyone else is tuned in. And what we think we know oftentimes doesn't happen, and that leads to chaos. And we love watching that unscripted unpredictability and sometimes chaos with all the trades in the first round.
Absolutely. And I think one of those looming questions this morning is who will be drafted in that first round? A lot of names have been circulating, but JW, I'm going to ask you directly. You're the expert. Who do you expect to go in the first round?
Well, I think one of the themes we'll see today, Janae, out of the 32 picks in the first round, we could have a record set for offensive players. So that's quarterbacks, wide receiver, tight end, and offensive lineman. I don't know if we'll have a running back draft in the first round, but offensive players definitely. The record right now for offensive players in the first round of the common draft started in 1967. So the record for offensive players in the first round is 19. It's happened 3 times, 1968, 2004, 2009. We could break the record tonight with 20 or more offensive players taken in the first round. That's something we'll definitely be watching. Quarterbacks always go high. We expect that Caleb Williams out of USC will go 1. It's expected that Jaden Daniels out of LSU, the Heisman Trophy winner, will go 2 to Washington. And then things get interesting with the Patriots. The Patriots need a quarterback, but do they draft Drake May out of North Carolina? Do they draft J.J. McCarthy out of Michigan, the national champions? Or do they go in a completely different direction and draft a wide receiver like Marvin Harrison Jr., son of the Hall of Fame wide receiver? So I think picks 1 and 2 are pretty set with the Patriots. And I'm a Patriots fan, so I'm real curious to see what they do tonight at number 3.
I was just about to ask you that because the way you were saying it, I was like, I wonder who JW is going for it. Look, I don't have any skin in the game. I'm from Tennessee, so I'm a Titans fan. But look, they've been struggling over the years. They did better this past season, though. I will give them that. But speaking of teams that have been struggling, America's team, what's known as America's team, the Cowboys, they had a tough season, JW. And, you know, we're going into the draft tonight, and there are talks of Dak Prescott having some contractual issues as we go into tonight. Is that a concern for him? Should he be concerned?
Well, I think it's always a concern anytime there's contractual issues, but I think the fact that Dak has proven himself over these last couple of years, the Cowboys haven't advanced to the Super Bowl, and they haven't in a long time. You know, any quarterback, especially a Cowboys quarterback, is going to be measured by that. Tony Romo didn't do that either. But I think Jerry Jones knows that he has some value in Dak Prescott, and Dak has shown that he is still a very, very good quarterback and has put up some good numbers. He needs some more complementary players around him. I think any of these contractual obligations and contractual issues would be taken care of. Certainly Jerry Jones has the money. The Cowboys are, you know, they're right there. I mean, they are, you know, a player or two away from taking that next step and making the NFC Championship game or making the Super Bowl. They actually picked 24th today in the draft. And there's been a couple of mock drafts. You know, there's a lot of mock drafts. You know, they probably need some help along the offensive line. They usually have enough skill weapons. I don't see them drafting a quarterback unless, again, with Jerry Jones, I guess you never know. I mean, he's not only the owner, but he's the GM. So what he says goes. So if he was to do something that we don't expect and trade for a quarterback or draft a quarterback, then maybe that tells us that there's something wrong with Dak and his contract. But if he stands pat, he certainly has a good enough quarterback in Dak. He just needs to surround him with some more protection on the offensive line.
Well, JW, again, always a pleasure having you here on Live Now. I know you said you're a Patriots fan, so I'm sending some well wishes your way as you watch tonight. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go? Any inside information you have that you could share?
No, I wish I did have inside information. It would make things a lot easier for me. You know, as a Patriots fan or a fan of any team, right? You're tuned in tonight because this is how you are building your team for not only for this year but for the future. And that's why these first round draft picks are so important. And teams like the Patriots and the Washington Commanders, who pick right in front of them at number 2, they can't mess this up, right? They have to pick a guy that is going to be a franchise player for them for 10 years at least, because if you mess up a first round pick, it's really hard to recover from that. So I'm going to be watching with a lot of vested interest, not only for the Patriots, but for some of these other teams, the Jets and the Giants. I would put them in that same category as well. But this is the biggest event for the NFL outside the Super Bowl, and it really has become a big spectacle. And I can't wait to watch it tonight at 8 o'clock. I'll be locked in.
Same here, JW. Not to mention the viral moments. I remember when CeeDee Lamb was drafted and the stuff going on with the girlfriend looking over the phone and all of that. Just truly funny and always a great time. JW Stewart, always a pleasure speaking with you. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Absolutely, Janae. You as well.
Thank you so much. Again, giving you a live look out in Detroit. Again, preparations underway for the 2024 NFL Draft. That kicks off later today. I'm Janae Francine. We're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour now at 9:55 on the East Coast. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Janae Francine here with you on this Friday Eve to bring you all of those breaking news headlines, top stories, and live events. As we continue to do so, taking you out to the Supreme Court, giving you a live look outside, and you can see the protesters are there with their signs, ringing bells, and I guess expressing their right, the freedom of speech. There they are as we are looking ahead 2 minutes away from the top of the 10 o'clock hour, where the Supreme Court will actually hold that immunity hearing for former President Donald Trump. Joining us now to put all things into perspective is Seth Berensweig, an attorney. Take a listen as he sets the stage for this anticipated event. Stage to what we can expect is attorney Seth Berensweig. Good morning to you, Seth. Always a pleasure when we get to hear from you here on Live Now.
Thanks for having me back.
A pleasure to speak with you. So if you can set the stage for us, one word we've heard for the past several months is the word immunity as it relates to the former president. We know he has a lot of court cases going on, and then the gag order, and then this as well, immunity as it relates to the election process. Could you catch us up, please?
Sure. So today is really a historic day in the course of American jurisprudence. We have a former president of the United States arguing for absolute presidential immunity with respect to alleged criminal activity occurring during his presidency in a case that's being prosecuted after he left the White House. So I think it really it causes a moment of pause to reflect on that, because it really is an extraordinary hearing. Now, what the president is arguing in this case is that it is critical for a president to be able to execute and perform his duties that fall within the outer ambits of his authority, to use his attorney's words, without fear of criminal prosecution. And I will give a lot of credit where credit is due to his legal team, because in a way, if you think about it, he really has gotten essentially a form of immunity over the last several months because they've been able to really squeeze this out. In fact, this is the very last day and the very last argument heard by the United States Supreme Court. But Jack Smith and his team is arguing in reply that there is no basis of legal authority in the Constitution or otherwise for the exercise of that kind of broad immunity, and that in fact, that if that immunity would apply, it would violate fundamental constitutional separation of powers, because that would place the presidency over Congress's ability to legislate criminal statutes, as well as being beyond the purview of judges throughout the United States.
Thank you for breaking that down for us, Seth. And I want to ask you, many of the viewers wanting to know, if that happens, what does that mean for all of the court cases that are underway right now? Will they be null and void?
Well, that would mean that, and by the way, I think that that result is very doubtful. If he wins this appeal, then arguably he has absolute presidential immunity for all actions related to his involvement in the presidential campaign, including the electors and so forth. So he would argue that that would shield him from any and all liability in the other cases. The reason why I think that there would be some potential outer limits to that effect is because one of the fact issues that would still have to be litigated is whether or not he performed such duties in the ambit of his presidential executive powers, or whether these were actions that were taken for his own personal political gain. And in fact, in the New York case, for example, which is currently before Judge Merchan in Manhattan, the prosecution would argue that alleged hush money for an affair that was, according to the prosecution's case, done to covertly and corruptly conceal information in the furtherance of a federal election is not within the purview of presidential power. So I think it's definitely a very good question, and it's a necessary question. But at the end of the day, I think it's going to be extraordinarily difficult for Mr. Trump to win this, because there really doesn't appear to be any constitutional basis of authority. There is some authority per case law and DOJ policy with respect to certain immunities relative to civil liability, especially during the occurrence of the presidency. But as far as after Mr. Trump leaves office, it's going to be very difficult for him to win this appeal at the Supreme Court.
Seth, thank you so much for breaking that down and joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. Is there anything else you'd like to add as we are looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour for this hearing to begin?
Sure. I would just note, as a practical matter, the timing effect. If and when Mr. Trump does not succeed in this appeal, which I think will likely be the case, the decision will be out right before the 4th of July weekend, which means that the trial before Judge Chutkan in D.C. for the election subversion trial